8. Pursuit. After all, we did not get away much before noon, because first there was a great deal to be done. To begin with, the loads had to be arranged. These consisted largely of ammunition, everything else being cut down to an irreducible minimum. To carry them we took 2 donkeys there were on the place, also half a dozen pack oxen, all of which animals were supposed to be salted, that is, to have suffered and recovered from every kind of sickness, including the bite of the deadly tsetse fly. I suspected, it is true, that they would not be proof against further attacks, still, I hoped that they would last for some time, as indeed proved to be the case. In the event of the beasts failing us, we took also 10 of the best of those Strathmuir men who had accompanied us on the sea cow trip, to serve as bearers when it became necessary. It cannot be said that these snuff-and-butter fellows, for most, if not all of them had some dash of white blood in their veins, were exactly willing volunteers. Indeed, if a choice had been left to them, they would, I think, have declined this adventure. But there was no choice. Their master, Robertson, ordered them to come, and after a glance at the Zulus they concluded that the command was one which would be enforced, and that if they stopped behind, it would not be as living men. Also, some of them had lost wives or children in the slaughter, which, if they were not very brave, filled them with a desire for revenge. Lastly, they could all shoot after a fashion and had good rifles. Moreover, if I may say so, I think that they put confidence in my leadership. So they made the best of a bad business and got themselves ready. Then arrangements must be made about the carrying on of the farm and store during our absence. These, together with my wagon and oxen, were put in the charge of Tomaso, since there was no one else who could be trusted at all, a very battered and crestfallen Tomaso, by the way. When he heard of it he was much relieved, since I think he feared lest he also should be expected to take part in the hunt of the Amahagga man-eaters. Also, it may have occurred to him that in all probability none of us would ever come back at all, in which case, by a process of natural devolution, he might find himself the owner of the business and much valuable property. However, he swore by sundry saints, for Tomaso was nominally a Catholic, that he would look after everything as though it were his own, as no doubt he hoped it might become. "Hearken, fat pig," said Umslopogaas, Hans obligingly translating so that there might be no mistake, "if I come back, and come back I shall, who travel with the great medicine, and find even one of the cattle of the White Lord, Macumazahn, watcher by night, missing, or one article stolen from his wagon, or the fields of your master not cultivated or his goods wasted, I swear by the axe that I will hew you into pieces with the axe, yes, if to do it I have to hunt you from where the sun rises to where it sets and down the length of the night between. Do you understand, fat pig, deserter of women and children, who to save yourself could run faster than a buck?" Tomaso replied that he understood very clearly indeed, and that, heaven helping him, all should be kept safe and sound. Still, I was sure that in his manly heart he was promising great gifts to the saints if they would so arrange matters that Umslopogaas and his axe were never seen at Strathmuir again, and reflecting that after all the Amahagga had their uses. However, as I did not trust him in the least, much against their will, I left my driver and Vorlupa to guard my belongings. At last we did get off, pursued by the fervent blessings of Tomaso and the prayers of the others that we would avenge their murdered relatives. We were a curious and motley procession. First went Hans, because at following a spoor he was, I believe, almost unequalled in Africa, and with him, Umslopogaas, and 3 of his Zulus to guard against surprise. These were followed by Captain Robertson, who seemed to prefer to walk alone and whom I thought it best to leave undisturbed. Then I came, and after me straggled the Strathmuir boys with the pack animals, the cavalcade being closed by the remaining Zulus under the command of Goroko. These walked last in case any of the mixed bloods should attempt to desert, as we thought it quite probable that they would. Less than an hour's tramp brought us to the bushveld where I feared that our troubles might begin, since if the Amahagga were cunning, they would take advantage of it to confuse or hide their spoor. As it chanced, however, they had done nothing of the sort, and a child could have followed their march. Just before nightfall we came to their first halting place, where they had made a fire and eaten one of the herd of farm goats which they had driven away with them, although they left the cattle, I suppose, because goats are docile and travel well. Hans showed us everything that had happened, where the chair in which Inez was carried was set down, where she and Janae had been allowed to walk that she might stretch her stiff limbs, the dregs of some coffee that evidently Janae had made in a saucepan, and so forth. He even told us the exact number of the Amahagger, which he said totaled 41, including the man whom Inez had wounded. His spoor he distinguished from that of the others both by an occasional drop of blood and because he walked lightly on his right foot, doubtless for the reason that he wished to avoid jarring his wound, which was on that side. At this spot we were obliged to stay till daybreak, since it was impossible to follow the spoor by night, a circumstance that gave the cannibals a great advantage over us. The next 2 days were repetitions of the first, but on the fourth we passed out of the bushveld into the swamp country that bordered the great river. Here our task was still easy since the Amahagger had followed one of the paths made by the river dwellers who had their habitations on mounds, though whether these were natural or artificial I am not sure, and sometimes on floating islands. On our second day in the reeds we came upon a sad sight. To our left stood one of these mound villages, if a village it could be called, since it consisted only of 4 or 5 huts inhabited perhaps by 20 people. We went up to it to obtain information and stumbled across the body of an old man lying in the pathway. A few yards further on we found the ashes of a big fire and by it such remains as we had seen at Strathmuir. Here there had been another cannibal feast. The miserable huts were empty, but as at Strathmuir, had not been burnt. We were going away when the acute ears of Hans caught the sound of groans. We searched about and in a clump of reeds near the foot of the mound, found an old woman with a great spear wound just above her skinny thigh piercing deep into the vitals, but of a nature which is not immediately mortal. One of Robertson's people who understood the language of these swamp dwellers well, spoke to her. She told him that she wanted water. It was brought and she drank copiously. Then in answer to his questions she began to talk. She said that the Amahagger had attacked the village and killed all who could not escape. They had eaten a young woman and 3 children. She had been wounded by a spear and fled away into the place where we found her, where none of them took the trouble to follow her as she was not worth eating. By my direction the man asked her whether she knew anything of these Amahagger. She replied that her grandfathers had, though she had heard nothing of them since she was a child, which must have been 70 years before. They were a fierce people who lived far up north across the great river, the remnants of a race that had once ruled the world. Her grandfathers used to say that they were not always cannibals, but had become so long before because of a lack of food and now had acquired the taste. It was for this purpose that they still raided to get other people to eat, since their ruler would not allow them to eat one another. The flesh of cattle they did not care for, although they had plenty of them, but sometimes they ate goats and pigs because they said they tasted like man. According to her grandfathers they were a very evil people and full of magic. All of this the old woman told us quite briskly after she had drunk the water, I think because her wound had mortified and she felt no pain. Her information, however, as is common with the aged, dealt entirely with the far past, of the history of the Amahagger since the days of her forebears she knew nothing, nor had she seen anything of Inez. All she could tell us was that some of them had attacked her village at dawn and that when she ran out of the hut she was speared. While Robertson and I were wondering what we should do with the poor old creature whom it seemed cruel to leave here to perish, she cleared up the question by suddenly expiring before our eyes. Uttering the name of someone with whom, doubtless, she had been familiar in her youth, 3 or 4 times over, she just sank down and seemed to go to sleep, and on examination we found that she was dead. So we left her and went on. Next day we came to the edge of the great river, here a sheet of placid running water about a mile across, for at this time of the year it was low. Perceiving quite a big village on our left, we went to it and made inquiries, to find that it had not been attacked by the cannibals, probably because it was too powerful, but that 3 nights before some of their canoes had been stolen, in which no doubt these had crossed the river. As the people of this village had traded with Robertson at Strathmuir, we had no difficulty in obtaining other canoes from them in which to cross the Zambezi in return for one of our oxen that I could see was already sickening from tsetse bite. These canoes were large enough to take the donkeys that were patient creatures and stood still, but the cattle we could not get into them for fear of an upset. So we killed the 2 driven beasts that were left to us and took them with us as dead meat for food, while the 3 remaining pack oxen we tried to swim across, dragging them after the canoes with hide reams round their horns. As a result 2 were drowned, but 1, a bold-hearted and enterprising animal, gained the other bank. Here again we struck a sea of reeds in which, after casting about, Hans once more found the spoor of the Haggard. That it was theirs beyond doubt was proved by the circumstance that on a thorny kind of weed we found a fragment of a cotton dress which, because of the pattern stamped on it, we all recognized as one that Inez had been wearing. At first I thought that this had been torn off by the thorns, but on examination we became certain that it had been placed there purposely, probably by Janae, to give us a clue. This conclusion was confirmed when at subsequent periods of the hunt we found other fragments of the same garment. Now it would be useless for me to set out the details of this prolonged and arduous chase which in all endured for something over 3 weeks. Again and again we lost the trail and were only able to recover it by long and elaborate search, which occupied much time. Then, after we escaped from the reeds and swamps, we found ourselves upon stony uplands where the spoor was almost impossible to follow. Indeed, we only rediscovered it by stumbling across the dead body of that cannibal whom Inez had wounded. Evidently he had perished from his hurt, which I could see had mortified. From the state of his remains we gathered that the raiders must be about 2 days' march ahead of us. Striking their spoor again on softer ground where the impress of their feet remained, at any rate to the cunning sight of Hans, we followed them down across great valleys wherein trees grew sparsely, which valleys were separated from each other by ridges of high and barren land. On these belts of rocky soil our difficulties were great, but here twice we were put on the right track by more fragments torn from the dress of Inez. At length we lost the spoor altogether, not a sign of it was to be found. We had no idea which way to go. All about us appeared these valleys covered with scattered bush running this way and that, so that we could not tell which of them to follow or to cross. The thing seemed hopeless, for how could we expect to find a little body of men in that immensity? Hans shook his head and even the fierce and steadfast Robertson was discouraged. "I fear my poor lassie is gone," he said, and relapsed into brooding as had become his wont. "Never say die. It's dogged as does it," I replied cheerfully in the words of Nelson, who also had learned what it meant to hunt an enemy over trackless wastes, although his were of water. I walked to the top of the rise where we were encamped, and sat down alone to think matters over. Our condition was somewhat parlous, all our beasts were now dead, even the second donkey, which was the last of them, having perished that morning, and been eaten, for food was scanty since of late we had met with little game. The Strathmuir men, who now must carry the loads, were almost worn out and doubtless would have deserted, except for the fact that there was no place to which they could go. Even the Zulus were discouraged, and said they had come away from home across the great river to fight, not to run about in wildernesses and starve, though Umslopogaas made no complaint, being buoyed up by the promise of his soothsayer, Goroko, that battle was ahead of him in which he would win great glory. Hans, however, remained cheerful, for the reason, as he remarked vacuously, that the great medicine was with us and that therefore, however bad things seemed to be, all in fact was well, an argument that carried no conviction to my soul. It was on a certain evening towards sunset that I went away thus alone. I looked about me, east and west and north. Everywhere appeared the same bush-clad valleys and barren rises, miles upon miles of them. I bethought me of the map that old Zikali had drawn in the ashes, and remembered that it showed these valleys and rises and that beyond them there should be a great swamp, and beyond the swamp a mountain. So it seemed that we were on the right road to the home of his White Queen, if such a person existed, or at any rate we were passing over country similar to that which he had pictured or imagined. But at this time I was not troubling my head about White Queens. I was thinking of poor Inez. That she was alive a few days before we knew from the fragments of her dress. But where was she now? The spoor was utterly lost on that stony ground, or if any traces of it remained a heavy deluge of rain had washed them away. Even Hans had confessed himself beaten. I stared about me helplessly, and as I did so a flying ray of light from the setting sun reflected downwards from a storm cloud, fell upon a white patch on the crest of one of the distant land waves. It struck me that probably limestone outcropped at this spot, as indeed proved to be the case, also that such a patch of white would be a convenient guide for any who were travelling across that sea of bush. Further, some instinct within seemed to impel me to steer for it, although I had all but made up my mind to go in a totally different direction many more points to the east. It was almost as though a voice were calling to me to take this path and no other. Doubtless this was an effect produced by weariness and mental overstrain. Still, there it was, very real and tangible, one that I did not attempt to combat. So next morning at the dawn I headed north by west, laying my course for that white patch and for the first time breaking the straight line of our advance. Captain Robertson, whose temper had not been bettered by prolonged and frightful anxiety, or I may add, by his unaccustomed abstinence, asked me rather roughly why I was altering the course. "Look here, Captain," I answered, "if we were at sea and you did something of the sort, I should not put such a question to you, and if by any chance I did, I should not expect you to answer." "Well, by your own wish I am in command here and I think that the same argument holds." "Yes," he replied. "I suppose you have studied your chart, if there is any of this God-forsaken country, and at any rate discipline is discipline. So steam ahead and don't mind me." The others accepted my decision without comment. Most of them were so miserable that they did not care which way we went, also they were good enough to repose confidence in my judgment. "Doubtless the Bars has reasons," said Hans dubiously, "although the spoor, when last we saw it, headed towards the rising sun and as the country is all the same, I do not see why those man-eaters should have returned." "Yes," I said, "I have reasons, although in fact I had none at all." Hans surveyed me with a watery eye as though waiting for me to explain them, but I looked haughty and declined to oblige. "The Bars has reasons," continued Hans, "for taking us on what I think to be the wrong side of that great ridge. They're to hunt for the spoor of the men-eaters, and they are so deep down in his mind that he cannot dig them up for poor old Hans to look at. Well, the Bars wears the great medicine and perhaps it is there that the reasons sit. Those Strathmuir fellows say that they can go no further and wish to die. Umslopogaas has just gone to them with his axe to tell them that he is ready to help them to their wish. Look, he has got there, for they are coming quickly, who after all prefer to live." Well, we started for my white patch of stones which no one else had noticed and of which I said nothing to anyone, and reached it by the following evening, to find, as I expected, that it was a lime outcrop. By now we were in a poor way, for we had practically nothing left to eat, which did not tend to raise the spirits of the party. Also that lime outcrop proved to be an uninteresting spot overlooking a wide valley which seemed to suggest that there were other valleys of a similar sort beyond it, and nothing more. Captain Robertson sat stern-faced and despondent at a distance muttering into his beard, as had become a habit with him. Umslopogaas leaned upon his axe and contemplated the heavens, also occasionally the Strathmuir men who cowered beneath his eye. The Zulus squatted about sharing such snuff as remained to them in economic pinches. Goroko, the witch doctor, engaged himself in consulting his spirit, by means of bone-throwing, upon the humble subject of whether or no we should succeed in killing any game for food tomorrow, a point on which I gathered that his spirit was quite uncertain. In short, the gloom was deep and universal and the sky looked as though it were going to rain. Hans became sarcastic. Sneaking up to me in his most aggravating way, like a dog that means to steal something and cover up the theft with simulated affection, he pointed out one by one all the disadvantages of our present position. He indicated per contra, that if his advice had been followed, his conviction was that even if we had not found the man-eaters and rescued the lady called Sad Eyes, our state would have been quite different. He was sure, he added, that the valley which he had suggested we should follow, was one full of game, inasmuch as he had seen their spoor at its entrance. "Then why did you not say so?" I asked. Hans sucked at his empty corncob pipe, which was his way of indicating that he would like me to give him some tobacco, much as a dog groans heavily under the table when he wants a bit to eat, and answered that it was not for him to point out things to one who knew everything, like the great Macumazahn, watcher by night, his honored master. Still, the luck did seem to have gone a bit wrong. The privations could have been put up with. Here he sucked very loudly at the empty pipe and looked at mine, which was alight. Everything could have been put up with, if only there had been a chance of coming even with those men-eaters and rescuing the Lady Sad Eyes, whose face haunted his sleep. As it was, however, he was convinced that by following the course I had mapped out we had lost their spoor finally, and that probably they were now 3 days' march away in another direction. Still, the bars had said that he had his reasons, and that of course was enough for him. Hans, only if the bars would condescend to tell him, he would as a matter of curiosity like to know what the reasons were. At that moment I confessed that, much as I was attached to him, I should have liked to murder Hans, who, I felt, believing that he had me on toast, to use a vulgar phrase, was taking advantage of my position to make a mock of me in his sly, Hottentot way. I tried to continue to look grand, but felt that the attitude did not impress. Then I stared about me as though taking counsel with the heavens, devoutly hoping that the heavens would respond to my mute appeal. As a matter of fact they did. "There is my reason, Hans," I said in my most icy voice, and I pointed to a faint line of smoke rising against the twilight sky on the further side of the intervening valley. "You will perceive, Hans," I added, "that those Amahagger cannibals have forgotten their caution and lit a fire yonder, which they have not done for a long time. Perhaps you would like to know why this has happened. If so, I will tell you. It is because for some days past I have purposely lost their spoor, which they knew we were following, and lit fires to puzzle them. Now, thinking that they have done with us, they have become incautious and shown us where they are. That is my reason, Hans." He heard and, although of course he did not believe that I had lost the spoor on purpose, stared at me till I thought his little eyes were going to drop out of his head. But even in his admiration he contrived to convey an insult as only a native can. "How wonderful is the great medicine of the opener of roads, that it should have been able thus to instruct the bars," he said. "Without doubt the great medicine is right, and yonder those men-eaters are encamped, who might just as well as have been anywhere else within 100 miles. "Drat the great medicine," I replied, but beneath my breath, then added aloud. "Be so good, Hans, as to go to Umslopogaas and to tell him that Macumazahn, or the great medicine, proposes to march at once to attack the camp of the Amahagger, and here is some tobacco." "Yes, bars," answered Hans humbly, as he snatched the tobacco and wriggled away like a worm. Then I went to talk with Robertson. The end of it was that within an hour we were creeping across that valley towards the spot where I had seen the line of smoke rising against the twilight sky. Somewhere about midnight we reached the neighborhood of this place. How near or how far we were from it, we could not tell since the moon was invisible, as of course the smoke was in the dark. Now the question was, what should we do? Obviously there would be enormous advantages in a night attack, or at least in locating the enemy, so that it might be carried out at dawn before he marched. Especially was this so, since we were scarcely in a condition, even if we could come face to face with them, to fight these savages when they were prepared and in the light of day. Only we 2 white men, with Hans, Umslopogaas, and his Zulus, could be relied upon in such a case, since the Strathmuir mixed bloods had become entirely demoralized and were not to be trusted at a pinch. Indeed, tired and half-starving as we were, none of us was at his best. Therefore a surprise seemed our only chance. But first we must find those whom we wished to surprise. Ultimately, after a hurried consultation, it was agreed that Hans and I should go forward and see if we could locate the Amahagger. Robertson wished to come too, but I pointed out that he must remain to look after his people, who, if he left them, might take the opportunity to melt away in the darkness, especially as they knew that heavy fighting was at hand. Also, if anything happened to me, it was desirable that one white man should remain to lead the party. Umslopogaas, too, volunteered, but knowing his character, I declined his help. To tell the truth, I was almost certain that if we came upon the men-eaters, he would charge the whole lot of them and accomplish a fine but futile end after hacking down a number of cannibal barbarians, whose extinction or escape remained absolutely immaterial to our purpose, namely, the rescue of Inez. So it came about that Hans and I started alone, I not at all enjoying the job. I suppose that there lurks in my nature some of that primeval terror of the dark, which must continually have haunted our remote forefathers of 100 or 1,000 generations gone and still lingers in the blood of most of us. At any rate, even if I am named the Watcher by night, greatly do I prefer to fight or to face peril in the sunlight, though it is true that I would rather avoid both at any time. In fact, I wished heartily that the Amahagger were at the other side of Africa, or in heaven, and that I, completely ignorant of the person called Inez Robertson, were seated smoking the pipe of peace on my own stoop in Durban. I think that Hans guessed my state of mind, since he suggested that he should go alone, adding with his usual unveiled rudeness, that he was quite certain that he would do much better without me, since white men always made a noise. Yes, I replied, determined to give him a Roland for his Oliver. I have no doubt you would under the first bush you came across, where you would sleep till dawn, and then return and say that you could not find the Amahagger. Hans chuckled, quite appreciating the joke, and having thus mutually affronted each other, we started on our quest. 9. The swamp. Neither Hans nor I carried rifles that we knew would be in the way on our business, which was just to scout. Moreover, one is always tempted to shoot if a gun is at hand, and this I did not want to do at present. So, although I had my revolver in case of urgent necessity, my only other weapon was a Zulu axe, that formerly had belonged to one of those two men who died defending Inez on the veranda at Strathmuir, while Hans had nothing but his long knife. Thus armed, or unarmed, we crept forward towards that spot whence, as we conjectured, we had seen the line of smoke rising some hours before. For about a quarter of a mile we went on thus without seeing or hearing anything, and a difficult job it was in that gloom among the scattered trees with no light save such as the stars gave us. Indeed, I was about to suggest that we had better abandon the enterprise until daybreak when Hans nudged me, whispering, "Look to the right between those twin thorns." I obeyed, and following the line of sight which he had indicated, perceived, at a distance of about 200 yards, a faint glow, so faint indeed that I think only Hans would have noticed it. Really it might have been nothing more than the phosphorescence rising from a heap of fungus, or even from a decaying animal. "The fire of which we saw the smoke that has burnt to ashes," whispered Hans again. "I think that they have gone, but let us look." So we crawled forward very cautiously to avoid making the slightest noise, so cautiously, indeed, that it must have taken us nearly half an hour to cover those 200 yards. At length we were within about 40 yards of that dying fire and, afraid to go further, came to a stand, or rather, a lie still, behind some bushes until we knew more. Hans lifted his head and sniffed with his broad nostrils, then he whispered into my ear, but so low that I could scarcely hear him. "Amahagger, they're all right, Bars, I smell them." This of course was possible, since what wind there was blew from the direction of the fire, although I whose nose is fairly keen could smell nothing at all. So I determined to wait and watch a while, and indicated my decision to Hans, who, considering our purpose accomplished, showed signs of wishing to retreat. Some minutes we lay thus, till of a sudden this happened. A branch of resinous wood of which the stem had been eaten through by the flames, fell upon the ashes of the fire and burnt up with a brilliant light. In it we saw that the Amahagger was sleeping in a circle round the fire wrapped in their blankets. Also we saw another thing, namely that nearer to us, not more than a dozen yards away, indeed, was a kind of little tent, also made of fur rugs or blankets, which doubtless sheltered Inez. Indeed, this was evident from the fact that at the mouth of it, wrapped up in something, lay none other than her maid, Janae, for her face being towards us, was recognized by us both in the flare of the flaming branch. One more thing we noted, namely, that two of the cannibals, evidently a guard, were sleeping between us and the little tent. Of course they ought to have been awake, but fatigue had overcome them and there they slumbered, seated on the ground, their heads hanging forward almost upon their knees. An idea came to me. If we could kill those men without waking the others in that gloom, it might be possible to rescue Inez at once. Rapidly I weighed the pros and cons of such an attempt. Its advantages, if successful, were that the object of our pursuit would be carried through without further trouble and that it was most doubtful whether we should ever get such a chance again. If we returned to fetch the others and attacked in force, the probability was that those Haggard, or one of them, would hear some sound made by the advance of a number of men, and fly into the darkness, or, rather than lose Inez, they might kill her. Or if they stood and fought, she might be slain in the scrimmage. Or, as after all we had only about a dozen effectives, for the Strathmuir bearers could not be relied upon, they might defeat and kill us whom they outnumbered by 2 or 3 to 1. These were the arguments for the attempt. Those for not making it were equally obvious. To begin with, it was one of extraordinary risk. The 2 guards or someone else behind them might wake up, for such people, like dogs, mostly sleep with one eye open, especially when they know that they are being pursued. Or if they did not, we might bungle the business so that they raised an outcry before they grew silent forever, in which case both of us and perhaps Inez also would probably pay the penalty before we could get away. Such was the horned dilemma, upon one point or other of which we ran the risk of being impaled. For a full minute or more I considered the matter with an earnestness almost amounting to mental agony, and at last all but came to the conclusion that the danger was too enormous. It would be better, notwithstanding the many disadvantages of that plan, to go back and fetch the others. But then it was that I made one of my many mistakes in life. Most of us do more foolish things than wise ones, and sometimes I think that in spite of a certain reputation for caution and farsightedness, I am exceptionally cursed in this respect. Indeed, when I look back upon my past, I can scarcely see the scanty flowers of wisdom that decorate its path because of the fat, ugly trees of error by which it is overshadowed. On that occasion, forgetting past experiences where Hans was concerned, my natural tendency to blunder took the form of relying upon another's judgment instead of on my own. Although I had formed a certain view as to what should be done, the pros and cons seemed so evenly balanced that I determined to consult the little Hottentot and accept his verdict. This, after all, was but a form of gambling like pitch and toss, since, although it is true Hans was a clever, or at any rate a cunning man according to his lights, and experienced, it meant that I was placing my own judgment in abeyance, which no one considering a life-and-death enterprise should do, taking the chance of that of another, whatever it might be. However, not for the first time, I did so to my grief. In the tiniest of whispers, with my lips right against his smelly head, I submitted the problem to Hans, asking him what we should do, go on or go back. He considered a while, then answered in a voice which he contrived to make like the drone of a night beetle. Those men are fast asleep, I know it by their breathing. Also the bars has the great medicine. Therefore I say go on, kill them and rescue Sad Eyes. Now I saw that the fates to which I had appealed had decided against me and that I must accept their decree. With a sick and sinking heart, for I did not at all like the business, I wondered for a moment what had led Hans to take this view, which was directly opposite to any I had expected from him. Of course his superstition about the great medicine had something to do with it, but I felt convinced that this was not all. Even then I guessed that 2 arguments appealed to him, of which the first was that he desired, if possible, to put an end to this intolerable and unceasing hunt which had worn us all out, no matter what that end might be. The second and more powerful, however, was, I believed, and rightly, that the idea of this stealthy, midnight blow appealed irresistibly to the craft of his half-wild nature, in which the strains of the leopard and the snake seemed to mingle with that of the human being. For be it remembered that notwithstanding his veneer of civilization, Hans was a savage whose forefathers for countless ages had preserved themselves alive by means of such attacks and stratagems. The die having been cast, in the same infinitesimal whispers we made our arrangements, which were few and simple. They amounted to this, that we were to creep onto the men and each of us to kill that one who was opposite to him, I with the axe and Hans with his knife, remembering that it must be done with a single stroke, that is, if they did not wake up and kill us, after which we were to get Inez out of her shelter, dressed or undressed, and make off with her into the darkness where we were pretty sure of being able to baffle pursuit until we reached our own camp. Provided that we could kill the 2 guards in the proper fashion, rather a large proviso. I admit, the thing was simple as shelling peas which, notwithstanding the proverb, in my experience is not simple at all, since generally the shells crack the wrong way and at least one of the peas remained in the pod. So it happened in this case, for Janae, whom we had both forgotten, remained in the pod. I am sure I don't know why we overlooked her. Indeed, the error was inexcusable, especially as Hans had already experienced her foolishness and she was lying there before our eyes. I suppose that our minds were so concentrated upon the guard killing and the tragic and impressive Inez that there was no room in them for the stolid and matter-of-fact Janae. At any rate, she proved to be the pea that would not come out of the pod. Often in my life I have felt terrified, not being by nature one of those who rejoices in dangers and wild adventures for their own sake, which only the stupid do, but who has, on the contrary, been forced to undertake them by the pressure of circumstances, a kind of hydraulic force that no one can resist, and who, having undertaken, has been carried through them, triumphing over the shrinkings of his flesh by some secret reserve of nerve power. Almost am I tempted to call it spirit power, something that lives beyond and yet inspires our frail and fallible bodies. Well, rarely have I been more frightened than I was at this moment. Actually, I hung back until I saw that Hans, slithering through the grass like a thick yellow snake with the great knife in his right hand, was quite a foot ahead of me. Then my pride came to the rescue and I spurted, if one can spurt upon one's stomach, and drew level with him. After this we went at a pace so slow that any able-bodied snail would have left us standing still. Inch by inch we crept forward, lying motionless a while after each convulsive movement, once for quite a long time, since the left-hand cannibal seemed about to wake up, for he opened his mouth and yawned. If so, he changed his mind and rolling from a sitting posture onto his side, went to sleep much more soundly than before. A minute or so later the right-hand ruffian, my man, also stirred, so sharply that I thought he had heard something. Apparently, however, he was only haunted by dreams resulting from an evil life, or perhaps by the prescience of its end, for after waving his arm and muttering something in a frightened voice, he too, wearied out, poor devil, sank back into sleep. At last we were on them, but paused because we could not see exactly where to strike and knew, each of us, that our first blow must be the last and fatal. A cloud had come up and dimmed what light there was, and we must wait for it to pass. It was a long wait, or so it seemed. At length that cloud did pass and in faint outline I saw the classical head of my Haggard bowed in deep sleep. With a heart beating as it does only in the fierce extremities of love or war, I hissed like a snake, which was our agreed signal. Then rising to my knees, I lifted the Zulu axe and struck with all my strength. The blow was straight and true, Umslopogaas himself could not have dealt a better. The victim in front of me uttered no sound and made no movement, only sank gently onto his side, and there lay as dead as though he had never been born. It appeared that Hans had done equally well, since the other man kicked out his long legs, which struck me on the knees. Then he also became strangely still. In short, both of them were stone dead and would tell no stories this side of Judgment Day. Recovering my axe, which had been wrenched from my hand, I crept forward and opened the curtain like rugs or blankets, I do not know which they were, that covered Inez. I heard her stir at once. The movement had wakened her, since captives sleep lightly. "Make no noise, Inez," I whispered. "It is I, Allan Quatermain, come to rescue you. Slip out and follow me, do you understand?" "Yes, quite," she whispered back and began to rise. At this moment a blood-curdling yell seemed to fill earth and heaven, a yell at the memory of which even now I feel faint, although I am writing years after its echoes died away. I may as well say at once that it came from Janae who, awaking suddenly, had perceived against the background of the sky, Hans standing over her, looking like a yellow devil with a long knife in his hand, which she thought was about to be used to murder her. So, lacking self-restraint, she screamed in the most lusty fashion, for her lungs were excellent, and the game was up. Instantly every man sleeping round the fire leapt to his feet and rushed in the direction of the echoes of Janae's yell. It was impossible to get Inez free of her tent arrangement or to do anything, except whisper to her. Feign sleep and know nothing. We will follow you. Your father is with us. Then I bolted back into the bushes, which Hans had reached already. A minute or two later, when we were clear of the hubbub and nearing our own camp, Hans remarked to me sententiously. The great medicine worked well, bars, but not quite well enough, for what medicine can avail against a woman's folly? It was our own folly we should blame, I answered. We ought to have known that fool girl would shriek, and taken precautions. Yes, bars, we ought to have killed her too, for nothing else would have kept her quiet, replied Hans in cheerful assent. Now we shall have to pay for our mistake, for the hunt must go on. At this moment we stumbled across Robertson and Umslopogaas who, with the others, and every living thing within a mile or two had also heard Janae's yell, and briefly told our story. When he learned how near we had been to rescuing his daughter, Robertson groaned, but Umslopogaas only said, Well, there are 2 less of the men-eaters left to deal with. Still, for once your wisdom failed you, Macumazahn. When you had found the camp you should have returned, so that we might all attack it together. Had we done so, before the dawn there would not have been one of them left. Yes, I answered, I think that my wisdom did fail me, if I have any to fail. But come, perhaps we may catch them yet. So we advanced, Hans and I showing the road. But when we reached the place it was too late, for all that remained of the Amahagga, or of Inez and Janae, were the 2 dead men whom we had killed, and in that darkness pursuit was impossible. So we went back to our own camp to rest and await the dawn before taking up the trail, only to find ourselves confronted with a new trouble. All the Strathmuir half-breeds whom we had left behind as useless, had taken advantage of our absence and that of the Zulus, to desert. They had just bolted back upon our tracks and vanished into the sea of bush. What became of them I do not know, as we never saw them again, but my belief is that these cowardly fellows all perished, for certainly not one of them reached Strathmuir. Fortunately for us, however, they departed in such a hurry that they left all their loads behind them, and even some of the guns they carried. Evidently Janae's yell was the last straw which broke the back of such nerve as remained to them. Doubtless they believed it to be the signal of attack by hordes of cannibals. As there was nothing to be said or done, since any pursuit of these curs was out of the question, we made the best of things as they were. It proved a simple business. From the loads we selected such articles as were essential, ammunition for the most part, to carry ourselves, and the rest we abandoned, hiding it under a pile of stones in case we should ever come that way again. The guns they had thrown aside we distributed among the Zulus who had none, though the thought that they possessed them, so far as I was concerned, added another terror to life. The prospect of going into battle with those wild axemen letting off bullets in every direction was not pleasant, but fortunately when that crisis came, they cast them away and reverted to the weapons to which they were accustomed. Now all this sounds much like a tale of disaster, or at any rate of failure. It is, however, wonderful by what strange ways good results are brought about, so much so that at times I think that these seeming accidents must be arranged by an intelligence superior to our own, to fulfill through us purposes of which we know nothing, and frequently, be it admitted, of a nature sufficiently obscure. Of course this is a fatalistic doctrine, but then, as I have said before, within certain limits I am a fatalist. To take the present case, for instance, the whole Inez episode at first sight might appear to be an excrescence on my narrative, of which the object is to describe how I met a certain very wonderful woman and what I heard and experienced in her company. Yet it is not really so, since had it not been for the Inez adventure, it is quite clear that I should never have reached the home of this woman, if woman she were, or have seen her at all. Before long this became very obvious to me, as shall be told. From the night upon which Hans and I failed to rescue Inez we had no more difficulty in following the trail of the cannibals, who thenceforward were never more than a few hours ahead of us and had no time to be careful or to attempt to hide their spoor. Yet so fast did they travel that do what we would, burdened and wearied as we were, it proved impossible to overtake them. For the first 3 days the track ran on through scattered, rolling bushveld of the character that I have described, but tending continually downhill. When we broke camp on the morning of the 4th day, eating a hasty meal at dawn, for now game had become astonishingly plentiful, so that we did not lack food, the rising sun showed beneath us an endless sea of billowy mist stretching in every direction far as the sight could carry. To the north, however, it did come to an end, for there, as I judged 50 or 60 miles away, rose the grim outline of what looked like a huge fortress, which I knew must be one of those extraordinary mountain formations, probably owing their origin to volcanic action, that are to be met with here and there in the vast expanses of Central and Eastern Africa. Being so distant it was impossible to estimate its size, which I guessed must be enormous, but in looking at it I bethought me of that great mountain in which Zikali said the marvelous White Queen lived, and wondered whether it could be the same, as from my memory of his map upon the ashes, it well might be, that is, if such a place existed at all. If so the map had shown it as surrounded by swamps and well, surely that mist hid the face of a mighty swamp. It did indeed, since before nightfall, following the spoor of those Haggard, we had plunged into a morass so vast that in all my experience I have never seen or heard of its like. It was a veritable ocean of papyrus and other reeds, some of them a dozen or more feet high, so that it was impossible to see a yard in any direction. Here it was that the Haggard ahead of us proved our salvation, since without them to guide us we must soon have perished. For through that gigantic swamp there ran a road, as I think an ancient road, since in 1 or 2 places I saw stonework which must have been laid by man. Yet it was not a road which it would have been possible to follow without a guide, seeing that it also was overgrown with reeds. Indeed, the only difference between it and the surrounding swamp was that on the road the soil was comparatively firm, that is to say, one seldom sank into it above the knee, whereas on either side of it quagmires were often apparently bottomless, and what is more, partook of the nature of quicksand. This we found out soon after we entered the swamp, since Robertson, pushing forward with the fierce eagerness which seemed to consume him, neglected to keep his eye upon the spoor and stepped off the edge onto land that appeared to be exactly similar to its surface. Instantly he began to sink in greasy and tenacious mud. Umslopogaas and I were only 20 yards behind, yet by the time we reached him in answer to his shouts, already he was engulfed up to his middle and going down so rapidly that in another minute he would have vanished altogether. Well, we got him out but not with ease, for that mud clung to him like the tentacles of an octopus. After this we were more careful. Nor did this road run straight, on the contrary, it curved about and sometimes turned at right angles, doubtless to avoid a piece of swamp over which it had proved impossible for the ancients to construct a causeway, or to follow some outcrop of harder soil beneath. The difficulties of that horrible place are beyond description, and indeed can scarcely be imagined. First there was that of a kind of grass which grew among the roots of the reeds and had edges like to those of knives. As Robertson and I wore gaiters we did not suffer so much from it, but the poor Zulus with their bare legs were terribly cut about and in some cases lame. Then there were the mosquitoes which lived here by the million and all seemed anxious for a bite, also snakes of a peculiarly deadly kind were numerous. A Zulu was bitten by one of them of so poisonous a nature that he died within 3 minutes, for the venom seemed to go straight to his heart. We threw his body into the swamp, where it vanished at once. Lastly there was the all-pervading stench and the intolerable heat of the place, since no breath of air could penetrate that forest of reeds, while a minor trouble was that of the multitude of leeches which fastened onto our bodies. By looking one could see the creatures sitting on the underside of leaves with their heads stretched out waiting to attack anything that went by. As wayfarers there could not have been numerous, I wondered what they had lived on for the last few thousand years. By the way, I found that paraffin, of which we had a small supply for our hand lamps, rubbed over all exposed surfaces, was to some extent a protection against these blood-sucking worms and the gnats, although it did make one go about smelling like a dirty oil tin. During the day, except for the occasional rush of some great iguana or other reptile, and the sound of the wings of the flocks of wildfowl passing over us from time to time, the march was deathly silent. But at night it was different, for then the bullfrogs boomed incessantly, as did the bitterns, while great swamp owls and other night-flying birds uttered their weird cries. Also there were mysterious sucking noises caused, no doubt, by the sinking of areas of swamp, with those of bursting bubbles of foul, uprushing gas. Strange lights, too, played about, will-o'-the-wisps or St. Elmo fires, as I believe they are called, that frightened the Zulus very much, since they believed them to be spirits of the dead. Perhaps this superstition had something to do with their native legend that mankind was torn out of the reeds. If so, they may have imagined that the ghosts of men went back to the reeds, of which there were enough here to accommodate those of the entire Zulu nation. Anyway, they were much scared. Even the bold witch doctor, Goroko, was scared and went through incantations with the little bag of medicines he carried to secure protection for himself and his companions. Indeed, I think even the Iron Umslopogaas himself was not as comfortable as he might have been, although he did inform me that he had come out to fight and did not care whether it were with man, or wizard, or spirit. In short, of all the journeys that I have made, with the exception of the passage of the desert on our way to King Solomon's mines, I think that through this enormous swamp was the most miserable. Heartily did I curse myself for ever having undertaken such a quest in a wild attempt to allay that sickness, or rather to quench that thirst of the soul which, I imagine, at times assails most of those who have hearts and think or dream. For this was at the bottom of the business, this it was which had delivered me into the hands of Zikali, opener of roads, who, as now I am sure, was merely making use of me for his private occult purposes. He desired to consult the distant oracle, if such a person existed, as to great schemes of his own, and therefore, to attain his end, made use of my secret longings which I had been so foolish as to reveal to him, quite careless of what happened to me in the process. A bit narrow and uncharitable, this view. It seems to me that Zikali is taking a big risk in giving him the great medicine. JB. Well, I was in for the business and must follow it to the finish, whatever that might be. After all, it was very interesting, and if there were anything in what Zikali said, if there were not, I could not conceive what object he had in sending me on such a wild goose chase through this home of geese and ducks. It might become more interesting still. For being pretty well fever-proof, I did not think I should die in that morass, as of course 9 white men out of 10 would have done, and, beyond it lay the huge mountain which day by day grew larger and clearer. Nor did Hans, who, with a childlike trust, pinned his faith to the great medicine. This, he remarked, was the worst veldt through which he had ever travelled, but as the great medicine would never consent to be buried in that stinking mud, he had no doubt that we should come safely through it some time. I replied that this wonderful medicine of his had not saved one of our companions who had now made a grave in the same mud. No, Bars, he said, but those Zulus have nothing to do with the medicine which was given to you, and to me who accompanied you when we saw the opener of roads. Therefore perhaps they will all die, except Umslopogaas, whom you were told to take with you. If so, what does it matter, since there are plenty of Zulus, although there be but one Macumazan or one Hans? Also the Bars may remember that he began by offending a snake, and therefore it is quite natural that this snake's brother should have bitten the Zulu. If you are right, he should have bitten me, Hans. Yes, Bars, and so no doubt he would have done had you not been protected by the great medicine, and me too had not my grandfather been a snake charmer, to say nothing of the smell of the medicine being on me as well. The snakes know those that they should bite, Bars. So do the mosquitoes, I answered, grabbing a handful of them. The great medicine has no effect upon them. Oh. Yes, Bars, it has, since though it pleases them to bite, the bites do us no harm, or at least not much, and all are made happy. Still, I wish we could get out of these reeds, of which I never want to see another, and Bars, please keep your rifle ready, for I think I hear a crocodile stirring there. No need, Hans, I remarked sarcastically. Go and tell him that I have the great medicine. Yes, Bars, I will, also that if he is very hungry, there are some Zulus camped a few yards further down the road, and he went solemnly to the reeds a little way off and began to talk to them. You infernal donkey! I murmured, and drew my blanket over my head in a vain attempt to keep out the mosquitoes, and smoking furiously with the same object, tried to get to sleep. At last the swamp bottom began to slope upwards a little, with the result that as the land dried through natural drainage, the reeds grew thinner by degrees, until finally they ceased and we found ourselves on firmer ground, indeed, upon the lowest slopes of the great mountain that I have mentioned, that now towered above us, forbidden and majestic. I had made a little map in my pocketbook of the various twists and turns of the road through that vast slough of despond, marking them from hour to hour as we followed its devious wanderings. On studying this at the end of that part of our journey, I realized afresh how utterly impossible it would have been for us to thread that misty maze where a few false steps would always have meant death by suffocation, had it not been for the spoor of those Haggard traveling immediately ahead of us who were acquainted with its secrets. Had they been friendly guides, they could not have done us a better turn. What I wondered was why they had not tried to ambush us in the reeds, since our fires must have shown them that we were close upon their heels. That they did try to burn us out was clear from certain evidences that I found, but fortunately at this season of the year, in the absence of a strong wind, the rank reeds were too green to catch fire. For the rest, I was soon to learn the reason of their neglect to attack us in that dense cover. They were waiting for a better opportunity. The attack. We won out of the reeds at last, for which I fervently thanked God, since to have crossed that endless marsh unguided, with the loss of only one man, seemed little less than miraculous. We emerged from them late in the afternoon, and being wearied out, stopped for a while to rest and eat of the flesh of a buck that I had been fortunate enough to shoot upon their fringe. Then we pushed forward up the slope, proposing to camp for the night on the crest of it, a mile or so away, where I thought we should escape from the deadly mist in which we had been enveloped for so long, and obtain a clear view of the country ahead. Following the bank of a stream which here ran down into the marsh, we came at length to this crest just as the sun was sinking. Below us lay a deep valley, a fold, as it were, in the skin of the mountain, well but not densely bushed. The woods of this valley climbed up the mountain flank for some distance above it, and then gave way to grassy slopes that ended in steep sides of rock, which were crowned by a black and frowning precipice of unknown height. There was, I remember, something very impressive about this towering natural wall, which seemed to shut off whatever lay beyond the gaze of man, as though it veiled an ancient mystery. Indeed, the aspect of it thrilled me, I knew not why. I observed, however, that at one point in the mighty cliff there seemed to be a narrow cleft down which, no doubt, lava had flowed in a remote age, and it occurred to me that up this cleft ran a roadway, probably a continuation of that by which we had threaded the swamp. The fact that through my glasses I could see herds of cattle grazing on the slopes of the mountain went to confirm this view, since cattle imply owners and herdsmen, and search as I would, I could find no native villages on the slopes. The inference seemed to be that those owners dwelt beyond or within the mountain. All of these things I saw and pointed out to Robertson in the light of the setting sun. Meanwhile Umslopogaas had been engaged in selecting the spot where we were to camp for the night. Some soldier-like instinct, or perchance some prescience of danger, caused him to choose a place particularly suitable to defense. It was on a steep-sided mound that more or less resembled a gigantic ant-heap. Upon one side this mound was protected by the stream which, because of a pool, was here rather deep, while at the back of it stood a collection of those curious and piled-up water-worn rocks that are often to be found in Africa. These rocks, lying one upon another like the stones of a cyclopean wall, curved round the western side of the mound, so that practically it was only open for a narrow space, say 30 or 40 feet, upon that face of it which looked onto the mountain. Umslopogaas expects battle, remarked Hans to me with a grin, otherwise with all this nice plain round us he would not have chosen to camp in a place which a few men could hold against many. Yes, Bars, he thinks that those cannibals are going to attack us. Stranger things have happened, I answered indifferently, and having seen to the rifles, went to lie down, observing as I did so that the tired Zulus seemed already to be asleep. Only Umslopogaas did not sleep. On the contrary, he stood leaning on his axe staring at the dim outlines of the opposing precipice. A strange mountain, Macumazahn, he said, compared to it that of the witch, beneath which my kraal lies, is but a little baby. I wonder what we shall find within it. I have always loved mountains, Macumazahn, ever since a dead brother of mine and I lived with the wolves in the witch's lap, for on them I have had the best of my fighting. Perhaps it is not done with yet, I answered wearily. I hope not, Macumazahn, since some is due for us, after all these days of mud and stench. Sleep a while now, Macumazahn, for that head of yours which you use so much, must need rest. Fear not, I am the little yellow man who do not think as much as you do, will keep watch and wait you if there is need, as mayhap there will be before the dawn. Here none can come at us except in front, and the place is narrow. So I lay down and slept as soundly as ever I had done in my life, for a space of 4 or 5 hours I suppose. Then, by some instinct perhaps, I awoke suddenly, feeling much refreshed in that sweet mountain air, a new man indeed, and in the moonlight saw Umslopogaas striding towards me. Arise, Macumazahn, he said, I hear men stirring below us. At this moment Hans slipped past him, whispering. The cannibals are coming, Bars, a good number of them. I think they mean to attack before dawn. Then he passed behind me to warn the Zulus. As he went by, I said to him, if so, Hans, now is the time for your great medicine to show what it can do. The great medicine will look after you and me all right, Bars, he replied, pausing and speaking in Dutch, which Umslopogaas did not understand, but I expect there will be fewer of those Zulus to cook for before the sun grows hot. Their spirits will be turned into snakes and go back into the reeds from which they say they were torn out, he added over his shoulder. I should explain that Hans acted as cook to our party and it was a grievance with him that the Zulus ate so much of the meat which he was called upon to prepare. Indeed, there is never much sympathy between Hottentots and Zulus. What is the little yellow man saying about us? Asked Umslopogaas suspiciously. He is saying that if it comes to battle, you and your men will make a great fight, I replied diplomatically. Yes, we will do that, Macumazahn, but I thought he said that we should be killed and that this pleased him. Oh dear no. I answered hastily. How could he be pleased if that happened, since then he would be left defenseless, if he were not killed too. Now, Umslopogaas, let us make a plan for this fight. So, together with Robertson, rapidly we discussed the thing. As a result, with the help of the Zulus, we dragged together some loose stones and the tops of 3 small thorn trees which we had cut down, and with them made a low breastwork, sufficient to give us some protection if we laid down to shoot. It was the work of a few minutes since we had prepared the material when we camped in case an emergency should arise. Behind this breastwork we gathered and waited, Robertson and I being careful to get a little to the rear of the Zulus, who it will be remembered had the rifles which the Strathmuir bastards had left behind them when they bolted, in addition to their axes and throwing assegais. The question was how these cannibals would fight. I knew that they were armed with long spears and knives, but I did not know if they used those spears for thrusting or for throwing. In the former case it would be difficult to get at them with the axes because they must have the longer reach. Fortunately, as it turned out, they did both. At length all was ready and there came that long and trying wait, the most disagreeable part of a fight in which one grows nervous and begins to reflect earnestly upon one's sins. Clearly the Amahagga, if they really intended business, did not mean to attack till just before dawn, after the common native fashion, thinking to rush us in the low and puzzling light. What perplexed me was that they should wish to attack us at all after having let so many opportunities of doing so go by. Apparently these men were now in sight of their own home, where no doubt they had many friends, and by pushing on could reach its shelter before us, especially as they knew the roads and we did not. They had come out for a secret purpose that seemed to have to do with the abduction of a certain young white woman for reasons connected with their tribal statecraft or ritual, which is the kind of thing that happens not infrequently among obscure and ancient African tribes. Well, they had abducted their young woman and were in sight of safety and success in their objects, whatever these might be. For what possible reason, then, could they desire to risk a fight with the outraged friends and relatives of that young woman? It was true that they outnumbered us and therefore had a good chance of victory, but on the other hand, they must know that it would be very dearly won, and if it were not won, that we should retake their captive, so that all their trouble would have been for nothing. Further, they must be as exhausted and travel-worn as we were ourselves and in no condition to face a desperate battle. The problem was beyond me, and I gave it up with the reflection that either this threatened attack was a mere feint to delay us, or that behind it was something mysterious, such as a determination to prevent us at all hazards from discovering the secrets of that mountain stronghold. When I put the riddle to Hans, who was lying next to me, he was ready with another solution. "They are men-eaters, bars," he said, "and being hungry, wish to eat us before they get to their own land, where doubtless they are not allowed to eat each other." "Do you think so?" I answered, "when we are so thin?" And I surveyed Hans' scraggy form in the moonlight. "Oh, yes, bars, we should be quite good boiled, like old hens, bars. Also it is the nature of cannibals to prefer thin man to fat beef. The devil that is in them gives them that taste, bars, just as he makes me like gin, or you turn your head to look at pretty women, as those Zulus say you always did in their country, especially at a certain witch who was named Mamina and whom you kissed before everybody." Here I turned my head to look at Hans, proposing to smite him with words, or physically, since to have this Mamina myth, of which I have detailed the origin in the book called Child of Storm, rearise out of his hideous little mouth was too much. But before I could get out a syllable he held up his finger and whispered, "Hush! The dawn breaks and they come. I hear them." I listened intently but could distinguish nothing. Only straining my eyes, presently I thought that about 100 yards down the slope beneath us in the dim light I caught sight of ghost-like figures flitting from tree to tree, also that these figures were drawing nearer. "Look out!" I said to Robertson on my right, "I believe they are coming." "Man," he answered sternly, "I hope so, for whom else have I wanted to meet all these days?" Now the figures vanished into a little fold of the ground. A minute or so later they reappeared upon its hither side, where such light as there was from the fading stars and the gathering dawn fell full upon them, for here were no trees. I looked and a thrill of horror went through me, for with one glance I recognized that these were not the men whom we had been following. To begin with, there were many more of them, quite 100, I should think. Also they had painted shields, or feathers in their hair, and generally, so far as I could judge, seemed to be fat and fresh. "We have been led into an ambush," I said first in Zulu to Umslopogaas immediately in front, and then in English to Robertson. "If so, man, we must just do the best we can," answered the latter, "but God help my poor daughter, for those other devils will have taken her away, leaving their brethren to make an end of us." "It is so, Macumazahn," broke in Umslopogaas. "Well, whatever the end of it, we shall have a better fight. Now do you give the word and we will obey." The savages, for so I call them, although I admit that cannibals or not, they looked more like high-class Arabs than savages, came on in perfect silence, hoping, I suppose, to catch us asleep. When they were about 50 yards away, running in a treble line with spears advanced, I called out "Fire!" in Zulu, and set the example by loosing off both barrels of my express rifle at men whom I had picked out as leaders, with results that must have been more satisfactory to me than to the two Amahagga whose troubles in this world came to an end. There followed a tremendous fusillade, the Zulus banging off their guns wildly, but even at that distance managing for the most part to shoot over the enemy's heads. Captain Robertson and Hans, however, did better, and the general result was that the Amahagga, who appeared to be unaccustomed to firearms, retreated in a hurry to a fold of the ground whence they had emerged. Before the last of them got there I loaded again, so that 2 more stopped behind. Altogether we had put 9 or 10 of them out of action. Now I hoped that they would give the business up. But this was not so, for being brave fellows, after a pause of perhaps 5 minutes, once more they charged in a body, hoping to overwhelm us. Again we greeted them with bullets and knocked out several, whereon the rest threw a volley of their long spears at us. I was glad to see them do this, although one of the Zulus got his death from it, while 2 more were wounded. I myself had a very narrow escape, for a spear passed between my neck and shoulder. Each of them carried but one of these weapons, and I knew that if they used them up in throwing, only their big knives would remain to them with which to attack us. After this discharge of spears, which was kept up for some time, they rushed at us and there followed a great fight. The Zulus, throwing down their guns, rose to their feet and holding their little fighting shields which had been carried in their mats, in the left hand, wielded their axes with the right. Umslopogaas, who stood in the center of them, however, had no shield and swung his great axe with both arms. This was the first time that I had seen him fight, and the spectacle was in a way magnificent. Again and again the axe crashed down, and every time it fell it left one dead beneath the stroke, till at length those Amahagger shrank back out of his reach. Meanwhile Robertson, Hans, and I, standing on some stones at the back, kept up a continual fire upon them, shooting over the heads of the Zulus, who were playing their part like men. Yes, they shrank back, leaving many dead behind them. Then a captain tried to gather them for another rush, and once more they moved forward. I killed that captain with a revolver shot, for my rifle had become too hot to hold, and at the sight of his fall, they broke and ran back into the little hollow where our bullets could not reach them. So far we had held our own, but at a price, for 3 of the Zulus were now dead and 3 more wounded, one of them severely, the other 2 but enough to cripple them. In fact, now there were left of them but 3 untouched men, and Umslopogaas, so that in all for fighting purposes we were but 7. What availed it that we had killed a great number of these Amahagger, when we were but 7? How could 7 men withstand such another onslaught? There in the pale light of the dawn we looked at each other dismayed. Now, said Umslopogaas, leaning on his red axe, there remains but one thing to do, make a good end, though I would that it were in a greater cause. At least we must either fight or fly, and he looked down at the wounded. Think not of us, father, murmured one of them, the man who had a mortal hurt. If it is best, kill us and begone that you may live to bear the axe in years to come. Well spoken, said Umslopogaas, and again stood still a while, then added, the word is with you, Macumazahn, who are our captain. I set out the situation to Robertson and Hans as briefly as I could, showing that there was a chance of life if we ran, but so far as I could see, none if we stayed. Go if you like, Quatermain, answered the captain, but I shall stop and die here, for since my girl is gone I think I'm better dead. I motioned to Hans to speak. Gaas, he answered, the great medicine is here with us upon the earth, and your reverend father, the predicant, is with us in the sky, so I think we had better stop here and do what we can, especially as I do not want to see those reeds any more at present. So do I said briefly, giving no reasons. So we made ready for the next attack, which we knew would be the last, strengthening our little wall and dragging the dead Amahagger up against it as an added protection. As we were thus engaged the sun rose, and in its first beams, some miles away on the opposing slopes of the mountain looking tiny against the black background of the precipice, we saw a party of men creeping forward. Lifting my glasses I studied it and perceived that in its midst was a litter. There goes your daughter, I said, and handed the glasses to Robertson. Oh! My God, he answered, those villains have outwitted us after all. Another minute and the litter, or rather the chair with its escort, had vanished into the shadow of the great cliffs, probably up some pass which we could not see. Next moment our thoughts were otherwise engaged, since from various symptoms we gathered that the attack was about to be renewed. Spears upon which shone the light of the rising sun, appeared above the edge of the ground fold that I have mentioned, which to the east increased to a deep, bush-clad ravine. Also there were voices as of leaders encouraging their men to a desperate effort. They are coming, I said to Robertson. Yes, he answered, they are coming and we are going. It's a queer end to the thing we call life, isn't it, Quatermain, and hang it all. I wonder what's beyond. Not much for me, I expect, but whatever it is could scarcely be worse than what I've gone through here below in one way and another. There's hope for all of us, I replied as cheerfully as I could, for the man's deep depression disturbed me. Mayhap, Quatermain, for who knows the infinite mercy of whatever made us as we are. My old mother used to preach of it and I remember her words now. But in my case I expect it will stop at hope, or sleep, and if it wasn't for Inez, I'd not mind so much, for I tell you I've had enough of the world and life. Look, there's one of them. Take that, you black devil, and lifting his rifle he aimed and fired at an Amahagga who appeared upon the edge of the fold of ground. What is more, he hit him, for I saw the man double up and fall backwards. Then the game began afresh, for the cannibals, I suppose they were cannibals like their brethren, crept out of shelter, advancing on their stomachs or their hands and knees, so as to offer a smaller mark, and dragging between them a long and slender tree trunk with which clearly they intended to batter down our wall. Of course I blazed away at them, pretty carefully too, for I was determined that what I believed to be the last exercise of the gift of shooting that has been given to me, should prove a record. Therefore I selected my men and even where I would hit them, and as subsequent examination showed, I made no mistakes in the 7 or 8 shots that I fired. But all the while, like poor Captain Robertson, I was thinking of other things, namely, where I was bound for presently and if I should meet certain folk there and what was the meaning of this show called life, which unless it leads somewhere, according to my judgment has none at all. Until these questions were solved, however, my duty was to kill as many of those ruffians as I could, and this I did with finish and despatch. Robertson and Hans were firing also, with more or less success, but there were too many to be stopped by our 3 rifles. Still they came on till at length their fierce faces were within a few yards of our little parapet and Umslopogaas had lifted his great axe to give them greeting. They paused a moment before making their final rush, and so did we to slip in fresh cartridges. Die well, Hans, I said, and if you get there first, wait for me on the other side. Yes, Bars, I always meant to do that, though not yet. We are not going to die this time, Bars. Those who have the great medicine don't die, it is the others who die, like that fellow, and he pointed to an Amahagga who went reeling round and round with a bullet from his Winchester through the middle, for he had fired in the midst of his remarks. Curse, I mean bless, the great medicine, I said as I lifted my rifle to my shoulder. At that moment all those Amahagga, there were about 60 of them left, became seized with a certain perturbation. They stood still, they stared towards the fold of ground out of which they had emerged, they called to each other words which I did not catch, and then they turned to run. Umslopogaas saw, and with a leader's instinct, acted. Springing over the parapet, followed by his remaining Zulus of the axe, he leapt upon them with a roar. Down they went before Nkosikaas, like corn before a sickle. The thing was marvelous to see, it was like the charge of a leopard, so swift was the rush and so lightning-like were the strokes or rather the pecks of that flashing axe, for now he was tapping at their heads or spines with the gouge-like point upon its back. Nor were these the only victims, for those brave followers of his also did their part. In a minute all who remained upon their feet of the Amahagga were in full flight, vanishing this way and that among the trees. Hans fired a parting shot after the last of them, then sat down upon a stone and finding his corncob pipe, proceeded to fill it. The great medicine, Bars, he began sententiously, or perhaps your reverend father, the predicant, here he paused and pointed doubtfully with the bowl of the pipe towards the fold in the ground, adding, here it is, but I think it must be your reverend father, not the great medicine, yes, the predicant himself, returned from heaven, the place of fires. Looking vaguely in the direction indicated, for I could not conceive what he meant and thought that the excitement must have made him mad, I perceived a venerable old man with a long white beard and clothed in a flowing garment, also white, who reminded me of Father Christmas at a child's party, walking towards us and radiating benignancy. Also behind him I perceived a whole forest of spear points emerging from the gully. He seemed to take it for granted that we should not shoot at him, for he came on quite unconcerned, carefully picking his way among the corpses. When he was near enough he stopped and said in a kind of Arabic which I could understand, I greet you, strangers, in the name of how I serve. I see that I am just in time, but this does not surprise me, since she said that it would be so. You seem to have done very well with these dogs, and he prodded a dead Amahagga with his sandaled foot. Yes, very well indeed. You must be great warriors." Then he paused and we stared at each other. 11. Through the mountain wall. "These do not seem to be friends of yours," I said, pointing to the fallen. "And yet," I added, nodding towards the spearmen who were now emerging from the gully, "they are very like your friends." "Puppies from the same litter are often alike, yet when they grow up sometimes they fight each other," replied Father Christmas blandly. "At least these come to save and not to kill you. Look. They kill the others," and he pointed to them making an end of some of the wounded men. "But who are these?" and he glanced with evident astonishment, first at the fearsome-looking Umslopogaas and then at the grotesque hands. "Nay, answer not, you must be weary and need rest. Afterwards we can talk." "Well, as a matter of fact we have not yet breakfasted," I replied. "Also I have business to attend to here," and I glanced at our wounded. The old fellow nodded and went to speak to the captains of his force, doubtless as to the pursuit of the enemy, for presently I saw a company spring forward on their tracks. Then, assisted by Hans and the remaining Zulus, of whom one was Goroko, I turned to attend to our own people. The task proved lighter than I expected, since the badly injured man was dead or dying and the hurts of the two others were in their legs and comparatively slight, such as Goroko could doctor in his own native fashion. After this, taking Hans to guard my back, I went down to the stream and washed myself. Then I returned and ate, wondering the while that I could do so with appetite after the terrible dangers which we had passed. Still, we had passed them, and Robertson, Umslopogaas with 3 of his men, I and Hans were quite unharmed, a fact for which I returned thanks in silence but sincerely enough to Providence. Hans also returned thanks in his own fashion, after he had filled himself, not before, and lit his corncob pipe. But Robertson made no remark. Indeed, when he had satisfied his natural cravings, he rose and walking a few paces forward, stood staring at the cleft in the mountain cliff into which he had seen the litter vanish that bore his daughter to some fate unknown. Even the great fight that we had fought and the victory we had won against overpowering odds did not appear to impress him. He only glared at the mountain into the heart of which Inez had been raped away, and shook his fist. Since she was gone all else went for nothing, so much so that he did not offer to assist with the wounded Zulus or show curiosity about the strange old man by whom we had been rescued. "The great medicine, Bars," said Hans in a bewildered way, "is even more powerful than I thought. Not only has it brought us safely through the fighting and without a scratch, for those Zulus there do not matter and there will be less cooking for me to do now that they are gone, it has also brought down your reverend father the predicant from the place of fires in heaven, somewhat changed from what I remember him, it is true, but still without doubt the same. When I make my report to him presently, if he can understand my talk, I shall." "Stop your infernal nonsense, you son of a donkey," I broke in, for at this moment old Father Christmas, smiling more benignly than before, reappeared from the kloof into which he had vanished and advanced towards us bowing with much politeness. Having seated himself upon the little wall that we had built up, he contemplated us, stroking his beautiful white beard, then said, addressing me, "Of a certainty you should be proud who with a few have defeated so many. Still, had I not been ordered to come at speed, I think that by now you would have been as those are," and he looked towards the dead Zulus who were laid out at a distance like men asleep, while their companions sought for a place to bury them. "Ordered by whom?" I asked. "There is only one who can order," he answered with mild astonishment. "She who commands, she who is everlasting." It occurred to me that this must be some Arabic idiom for the eternal feminine, but I only looked vague and said, "It would appear that there are some whom this exalted everlasting she cannot command, those who attacked us, also those who have fled away yonder," and I waved my hand towards the mountain. "No command is absolute, in every country there are rebels, even, as I have heard, in heaven above us. But, wanderer, what is your name?" "Watcher by night," I answered. "Ah, a good name for one who must have watched well by night, and by day too, to reach this country living where she who commands says that no man of your color has set foot for many generations. Indeed, I think she told me once that 2,000 years had gone by since she spoke to a white man in the city of Kor. Did she indeed? I exclaimed, stifling a cough. You do not believe me, he went on, smiling. Well, she who commands can explain matters for herself better than I, who was not alive 2,000 years ago, so far as I remember. But what must I call him with the axe? Warrior is his name. Again a good name, as to judge by the wounds on them. Certain of those rebels I think are now telling each other in hell. And this man, if indeed he be a man, he added, looking doubtfully at Hans. Light in darkness is his name. I see, doubtless because his color is that of the winter sun in thick fog, or a bad egg broken into milk. And the other white man who mutters and whose brow is like a storm. He is called Avenger, you will learn why later on, I answered impatiently, for I grew tired of this catechism, adding, and what are you called, and, if you are pleased to tell it to us, upon what errand do you visit us in so fortunate an hour? I am named Bil Ali, he answered, the servant and messenger of she who commands, and I was sent to save you and to bring you safely to her. How can this be, Bil Ali, seeing that none knew of our coming? Yet she who commands knew, he said with his benignant smile. Indeed, I think that she learned of it some moons ago through a message that was sent to her, and so arranged all things that you should be guided safely to her secret home, since otherwise how would you have passed a great pathless swamp with the loss, I think she said, of but one man whom a snake bit? Now I stared at the old fellow, for how could he know of the death of this man, but thought it useless to pursue the conversation further. When you are rested and ready, he went on, we will start. Meanwhile I leave you that I may prepare litters to carry those wounded men, and you also, watcher by night, if you wish. Then with a dignified bow, for everything about this old fellow was stately, he turned and vanished into the kloof. The next hour or so was occupied in the burial of the dead Zulus, a ceremony in which I took no part beyond standing up and raising my hat as they were borne away, for as I have said somewhere, it is best to leave natives alone on these occasions. Indeed, I lay down, reflecting that strangely enough there seemed to be something in old Zikali's tale of a wonderful white queen who lived in a mountain fastness, since there was the mountain as he had drawn it on the ashes, and the servants of that queen who, apparently, had knowledge of our coming, appeared in the nick of time to rescue us from one of the tightest fixes in whichever I found myself. Moreover, the antique and courteous individual called Bil Ali spoke of her as she who is everlasting. What the deuce could he mean by that, I wondered. Probably that she was very old and therefore disagreeable to look on, which I confessed to myself would be a disappointment. And how did she know that we were coming? I could not guess, and when I asked Robertson, he merely shrugged his shoulders and intimated that he took no interest in the matter. The truth is that nothing moved the man, whose whole soul was wrapped in one desire, namely to rescue, or avenge, the daughter against whom he knew he had so sorely sinned. In fact, this loose-living but reformed seaman was becoming a monomaniac, and what is more, one of the religious type. He had a Bible with him that had been given to him by his mother when he was a boy, and in this he read constantly. Also he was always on his knees, and at night I could hear him groaning and praying aloud. Doubtless now that the chains of drink had fallen off him, the instincts and the blood of the old Covenanters from whom he was descended, were asserting themselves. In a way this was a good thing, though for some time past I had feared lest it should end in his going mad, and certainly as a companion he was more cheerful in his unregenerate days. Abandoning speculation as useless and taking my chance of being murdered where I lay, for after all Bilali's followers were singularly like the men with whom we had been fighting and for aught I knew might be animated by identical objects, I just went to sleep, as I can do at any time, to wake up an hour or so later feeling wonderfully refreshed. Hans, who when I closed my eyes was already asleep slumbering at my feet curled up like a dog on a spot where the sun struck hotly, roused me by saying, "Awake, Bars, they are here." I sprang up, snatching at my rifle, for I thought that he meant that we were being attacked again, to see Bil Ali advancing at the head of a train of 4 litters made of bamboo with grass mats for curtains and coverings, each of which was carried by stalwart Haggard, as I supposed that they must be. 2 of these, the finest, Bilali indicated were for Robertson and myself, and the 2 others for the wounded. Umslopogaas and the remaining Zulus evidently were expected to walk, as was Hans. "How did you make these so quickly?" I asked, surveying their elegant and indeed artistic workmanship. "We did not make them, Watcher by night, we brought them with us folded up. She who commands looked in her glass and said that 4 would be needed, besides my own which is yonder, 2 for white lords and 2 for wounded black men, which you see is the number required." "Yes," I answered vaguely, marveling what kind of a glass it was that gave the lady this information. Before I could inquire upon the point, Bilali added, "You will be glad to learn that my men caught some of those rebels who dared to attack you, 8 or 10 of them who had been hurt by your missiles or axe cuts, and put them to death in the proper fashion, yes, quite the proper fashion," and he smiled a little. "The rest had gone too far where it would have been dangerous to follow them among the rocks. Enter now, my lord Watcher by night, for the road is steep and we must travel fast if we would reach the place where she who commands is camped in the ancient holy city, before the moon sinks behind the cliffs tonight." So having explained matters to Robertson and Umslopogaas, who announced that nothing would induce him to be carried like an old woman, or a corpse upon a shield, and seen that the hurt Zulus were comfortably accommodated, Robertson and I got into our litters, which proved to be delightfully easy and restful. Then when our gear was collected by the hook-nosed bearers to whom we were obliged to trust, though we kept with us our rifles and a certain amount of ammunition, we started. First went a number of Bilali's spearmen, then came the litters with the wounded alongside of which Umslopogaas and his 3 uninjured Zulus stalked or trotted, then another litter containing Bilali, then my own by which ran Hans, and Robertson's, and lastly the rest of the Amahagger and the relief bearers. "I see now, Bars," said Hans, thrusting his head between my curtains, "that yonder white-beard cannot be your reverend father, the predicant, after all." "Why not?" I asked, though the fact was fairly obvious. "Because, Bars, if he were, he would not have left Hans, of whom he always thought so well, to run in the sun like a dog, while he and others travel in carriages like great white ladies." "You had better save your breath instead of talking nonsense, Hans," I said, "since I believe that you have a long way to go." In fact, it proved to be a very long way indeed, especially as after we began to breast the mountain, we must travel slowly. We started about 10 o'clock in the morning, for the fight, which after all did not take long, had, it will be remembered, begun shortly after dawn, and it was 3 in the afternoon before we reached the base of the towering cliff which I have mentioned. Here, at the foot of a remarkable, isolated column of rock, on which I was destined to see a strange sight in the after days, we halted and ate of the remaining food which we had brought with us, while the Amahagger consumed their own, that seemed to consist largely of curdled milk, such as the Zulus call mass, and lumps of a kind of bread. I noted that they were a very curious people who fed in silence and on whose handsome, solemn faces one never saw a smile. Somehow it gave me the creeps to look at them. Robertson was affected in the same way, for in one of the rare intervals of his abstraction he remarked that they were no canny. Then he added, "Ask yon old wizard who might be one of the Bible prophets come to life, what those man-eating devils have done with my daughter." I did so, and Bilali answered, "Say that they have taken her away to make a queen of her, since having rebelled against their own queen, they must have another who is white. Say too that she who commands will wage war on them and perhaps win her back, unless they kill her first." "Ah," Robertson repeated when I had translated, "unless they kill her first or worse." Then he relapsed into his usual silence. Presently we started on again, heading straight for what looked like a sheer wall of black rock 1,000 feet or more in height, up a path so steep that Robertson and I got out and walked, or rather scrambled, in order to ease the bearers. Bilali, I noticed, remained in his litter. The convenience of the bearers did not trouble him, he only ordered an extra gang to the poles. I could not imagine how we were to negotiate this precipice. Nor could Umslopogaas, who looked at it and said, "If we are to climb that, Macumazahn, I think that the only one who will live to get to the top will be that little yellow monkey of yours," and he pointed with his axe at hands. "If I do," replied that worthy, much nettled, for he hated to be called a yellow monkey by the Zulus, "be sure that I will roll down stones upon any black butcher whom I see sprawling upon the cliff below." Umslopogaas smiled grimly, for he had a sense of humor and could appreciate a repartee even when it hit him hard. Then we stopped talking, for the climb took all our breath. At length we came to the cliff face where, to all appearance, our journey must end. Suddenly, however, out of the blind black wall in front of us started the apparition of a tall man armed with a great spear and wearing a white robe, who challenged us hoarsely. Suddenly he stood before us, as a ghost might do, though whence he came we could not see. Presently the mystery was explained. Here in the cliff face there was a cleft, though one invisible even from a few paces away, since its outer edge projected over the inner wall of rock. Moreover, this opening was not above 4 feet in width, a mere split in the huge mountain mass caused by some titanic convulsion in past ages. For it was a definite split since, once entered, far, far above could be traced a faint line of light coming from the sky, although the gloom of the passage was such that torches, which were stored at hand, must be used by those who threaded it. One man could have held the place against 100 until he was killed. Still, it was guarded, not only at the mouth where the warrior had appeared, but further along at every turn in the jagged chasm, and these were many. Into this grim place we went. The Zulus did not like it at all, for they are a light-loving people, and I noted that even Umslopogaas seemed scared and hung back a little. Nor did Hans, who with his usual suspicion, feared some trap, nor, for the matter of that, did I, though I thought it well to appear much interested. Only Robertson seemed quite indifferent and trudged along stolidly after a man carrying a torch. Old Bilali put his head out of the litter and shouted back to me to fear nothing, since there were no pitfalls in the path, his voice echoing strangely between those narrow walls of measureless height. For half an hour or more we pursued this dreary, winding path round the corners of which the draught tore in gusts so fierce that more than once the litters with the wounded men and those who bore them were nearly blown over. It was safe enough, however, since on either side of us, smooth and without break, rose the sheer walls of rock over which lay the tiny ribbon of blue sky. At length the cleft widened somewhat and the light grew stronger, making the torches unnecessary. Then of a sudden we came to its end and found ourselves upon a little plateau in the mountainside. Behind us for 1,000 feet or so rose the sheer rock wall as it did upon the outer face, while in front and beneath, far beneath, was a beautiful plain circular in shape and of great extent, which plain was everywhere surrounded, so far as I could see, by the same wall of rock. In short, notwithstanding its enormous size, without doubt it was neither more nor less than the crater of a vast extinct volcano. Lastly, not far from the center of this plain was what appeared to be a city, since through my glasses I could see great walls built of stone, and what I thought were houses, all of them of a character more substantial than any that I had discovered in the wilds of Africa. I went to Bilali's litter and asked him who lived in the city. "No one," he answered, "it has been dead for thousands of years, but she who commands is camped there at present with an army, and thither we go at once. Forward, bearers." So, Robertson and I having re-entered our litters, we started on downhill at a rapid pace, for the road, though steep, was safe and kept in good order. All the rest of that afternoon we travelled and by sunset reached the edge of the plain, where we halted a while to rest and eat, till the light of the growing moon grew strong enough to enable us to proceed. Umslopogaas came up and spoke to me. "Here is a fortress indeed, Macumazahn," he said, "since none can climb that fence of rock in which the holes seem to be few and small." "Yes," I answered, "but it is one out of which those who are in, would find it difficult to get out. We are buffaloes in a pit, Umslopogaas." "That is so," he answered, "I have thought it already. But if any would meddle with us we still have our horns and can toss for a while." Then he went back to his men. The sunset in that great solemn place was a wonderful thing to see. First of all the measureless crater was filled with light like a bowl with fire. Then as the great orb sank behind the western cliff, half of the plain became quite dark while shadows seemed to rush forward over the eastern part of its surface, till that too was swallowed up in gloom, and for a little while there remained only a glow reflected from the cliff face and from the sky above, while on the crest of the parapet of rock played strange and glorious fires. Presently these too vanished and the world was dark. Then the half-moon broke from behind a bank of clouds, and by its silver, uncertain light we struggled forward across the flat plain, rather slowly now, for even the iron muscles of those bearers grew tired. I could not see much of it, but I gathered that we were passing through crops, very fine crops to judge by their height, as doubtless they would be upon this lava soil. Also once or twice we splashed through streams. At length, being tired and lulled by the swaying of the litter and by the sound of a weird, low chant that the bearers had set up now that they neared home and were afraid of no attack, I sank into a doze. When I awoke again it was to find that the litter had halted and to hear the voice of Bilali say, "Descend, white lords, and come with your companions, the black warrior and the yellow man who is named Light in Darkness. She who commands desires to see you at once before you eat and sleep, and must not be kept waiting. Fear not for the others, they will be cared for till you return." 12. The White Witch. I descended from the litter and told the others what the old fellow had said. Robertson did not want to come, and indeed refused to do so until I suggested to him that such conduct might prejudice a powerful person against us. Umslopogaas was indifferent, putting, as he remarked, no faith in a ruler who was a woman. Only Hans, although he was so tired, acquiesced with some eagerness, the fact being that his brain was more alert and that he had all the curiosity of the monkey tribe which he so much resembled in appearance, and wanted to see this queen whom Zikali revered. In the end we started, conducted by Bilali and by men who carried torches whereof the light showed me that we were passing between houses, or at any rate walls that had been those of houses, and along what seemed to be a paved street. Walking under what I took to be a great arch or portico, we came into a court that was full of towering pillars but unroofed, for I could see the stars above. At its end we entered a building of which the doorway was hung with mats, to find that it was lighted with lamps and that all down its length on either side guards with long spears stood at intervals. "Oh, bars," said Hans hesitatingly, "this is the mouth of a trap," while Umslopogaas glared about him suspiciously, fingering the handle of his great axe. "Be silent," I answered. "All this mountain is a trap, therefore another does not matter, and we have our pistols." Walking forward between the double line of guards who stood immovable as statues, we came to some curtains hung at the end of a long, narrow hall which, although I know little of such things, were, I noted, made of rich stuff embroidered in colors and with golden threads. Before these curtains Bilali motioned us to halt. After a whispered colloquy with someone beyond carried on through the join of the curtains, he vanished between them, leaving us alone for 5 minutes or more. At length they opened and a tall and elegant woman with an Arab cast of countenance and clad in white robes, appeared and beckoned to us to enter. She did not speak or answer when I spoke to her, which was not wonderful as afterwards I discovered that she was a mute. We went in, wondering very much what we were going to see. On the further side of the curtains was a room of no great size illumined with lamps of which the light fell upon sculptured walls. It looked to me as though it might once have been the inmost court or a sanctuary of some temple, for at its head was a dais upon which once perhaps had stood the shrine or statue of a god. On this dais there was now a couch and on the couch a goddess. There she sat, straight and still, clothed in shining white and veiled, but with her draperies so arranged that they emphasized rather than concealed the wonderful elegance of her tall form. From beneath the veil, which was such as a bride wears, appeared 2 plaits of glossy, raven hair of great length, to the end of each of which was suspended a single large pearl. On either side of her stood a tall woman like to her who had led us through the curtains, and on his knees in front, but to the right, knelt Bilali. About this seated personage there was an air of singular majesty, such as might pervade a queen as fancy paints her, though she had a nobler figure than any queen I ever saw depicted. Mystery seemed to flow from her, It clothed her like the veil she wore, which of course heightened the effect. Beauty flowed from her also, although it was shrouded. I knew that it was there. No veil or coverings could obscure it, at least, to my imagination. Moreover, she breathed out power also. One felt it in the air as one feels a thunderstorm before it breaks, and it seemed to me that this power was not quite human, that it drew its strength from afar and dwelt a stranger to the earth. To tell the truth, although my curiosity, always strong, was enormously excited, and though now I felt glad that I had attempted this journey with all its perils, I was horribly afraid, so much afraid that I should have liked to turn and run away. From the beginning I knew myself to be in the presence of an unearthly being clothed in soft and perfect woman's flesh, something alien, too, and different from our human race. What a picture it all made! There she sat, quiet and stately as a perfect marble statue, only her breast, rising and falling beneath the white robe, showed that she was alive and breathed as others do. Another thing showed it also, her eyes. At first I could not see them through the veil, but presently, either because I grew accustomed to the light, or because they brightened as those of certain animals have power to do when they watch intently, it ceased to be a covering to them. Distinctly I saw them now, large and dark and splendid, with a tinge of deep blue in the iris, alluring and yet awful in their majestic aloofness, which seemed to look through and beyond, to embrace all without seeking and without effort. Those eyes were like windows through which light flows from within, a light of the spirit. I glanced round to see the effect of this vision upon my companions. It was most peculiar. Hans had sunk to his knees, his hands were joined in the attitude of prayer, and his ugly little face reminded me of that of a big fish out of water and dying from excess of air. Robertson, startled out of his abstraction, stared at the royal-looking woman on the couch with his mouth open. "Man," he whispered, "I've got them back, although I have touched nothing for weeks, only this time they are lovely. For yon's no human lady, I feel it in my bones." Umslopogaas stood great and grim, his hands resting on the handle of his tall axe, and he stared also, the blood pulsing against the skin that covered the hole in his head. "Watcher by night," he said to me in his deep voice, but also speaking in a whisper, "this chieftainess is not one woman, but all women. Beneath those robes of hers I seem to see the beauty of one who has gone beyond, of the lily who is lost to me. Do you not feel it thus, Macumazahn?" Now that he mentioned it, certainly I did. Indeed, I had felt it all along, although amid the rush of sensations this one had scarcely disentangled itself in my mind. I looked at the draped shape and saw, well, never mind whom I saw. It was not one only but several in sequence, also a woman who at that time I did not know, although I came to know her afterwards, too well, perhaps, or at any rate quite enough to puzzle me. The odd thing was that in this hallucination the personalities of these individuals seemed to overlap and merge, till at last I began to wonder whether they were not parts of the same entity or being, manifesting itself in sundry shapes, yet springing from one center, as different colored rays flow from the same crystal, while the beams from their source of light shift and change. But the fancy is too metaphysical for my poor powers to express as clearly as I would. Also, no doubt it was but a hallucination that had its origin, perhaps, in the mischievous brain of her who sat before us. At length she spoke, and her voice sounded like silver bells heard over water in a great calm. It was low and sweet, oh! So sweet that at its first notes for a moment my senses seemed to swoon and my pulse to stop. It was to me that she addressed herself. "My servant here," and ever so slightly she turned her head towards the kneeling Bilali, "tells me that you who are named Watcher in the Night, understand the tongue in which I speak to you. Is it so?" "I understand Arabic of a kind well enough, having learned it on the East Coast and from Arabs in past years, but not such Arabic as you use, oh," and I paused. "Call me Haya," she broke in, "which is my title here, meaning, as you know, she, or woman. Or if that does not please you, call me Ayesha. It would rejoice me after so long to hear the name I bore spoken by the lips of one of my color and of gentle blood." I blushed at the compliment so artfully conveyed, and repeated stupidly enough, "Not such Arabic as you use, oh Ayesha." I thought that you would like the sound of the word better than that of higher, though afterwards I will teach you to pronounce it as you should. Oh, have you any other names save Watcher by Night, which seems also to be a title? Yes, I answered. Allan. Oh, Allan. Tell me of these, she went on quickly, indicating my companions with a sweep of her slender hand, for they do not speak Arabic, I think. Or stay, I will tell you of them and you shall say if I do so rightly. This one, and she nodded towards Robertson, is a man bemused. There comes from him a colour which I see if you cannot, and that colour betokens a desire for revenge, though I think that in his time he has desired other things also, as I remember men always did from the beginning, to their ruin. Human nature does not change, Allan, and wine and women are ancient snares. Enough of him for this time. The little yellow one there is afraid of me, as are all of you. That is woman's greatest power, although she is so weak and gentle, men are still afraid of her just because they are so foolish that they cannot understand her. To them after 1,000,000 years she still remains the unknown, and to us all the unknown is also the awful. Do you remember the proverb of the Romans that says it well and briefly? I nodded, for it was one of the Latin tags that my father had taught me. Good. Well, he is a little wild man, is he not, nearer to the apes from whose race our bodies come? But do you know that, Allan? I nodded again, and said, there are disputes upon the point, Ayesha. Yes, they had begun in my day and we will discuss them later. Still, I say nearer to the ape than you or I, and therefore of interest, as the germ of things is always. Yet he has qualities, I think, cunning, and fidelity and love which in its round is all in all. Do you understand, Allan, that love is all in all? I answered warily that it depended upon what she meant by love, to which she replied that she would explain afterwards when we had leisure to talk, adding, what this little yellow monkey understands by it at least has served you well, or so I believe. You shall tell me the tale of it some day. Now of the last, this black one. Here I think is a man indeed, a warrior of warriors such as there used to be in the early world, if a savage. Well, believe me, Allan, savages are often the best. Moreover, all are still savage at heart, even you and I. For what is termed culture is but coat upon coat of paint laid on to hide our native colour, and often there is poison in the paint. That axe of his has drunk deep, I think, though always in fair fight, and I say that it shall drink deeper yet. Have I read these men aright, Allan? Not so ill, I answered. I thought it, she said with a musical laugh, although at this place I rust and grow dull like an unused sword. Now you would rest. Go all of you. Tomorrow you and I will talk alone. Fear nothing for your safety, you are watched by my slaves and I watch my slaves. Until tomorrow, then, farewell. Go now, eat and sleep, as alas we all must do who linger on this ball of earth and cling to a life we should do well to lose. Bilali, lead them hence, and she waved her hand to signify that the audience was ended. At this sign Hans, who apparently was still much afraid, rose from his knees and literally bolted through the curtains. Robertson followed him. Umslopogaas stood a moment, drew himself up and lifting the great axe, cried Bayet, after which he too turned and went. What does that word mean, Allan? She asked. I explained that it was the salutation which the Zulu people only give to kings. Did I not say that savages are often the best? She exclaimed in a gratified voice. The white man, your companion, gave me no salute, but the black one knows when he stands before a woman who is royal. He too is of royal blood in his own land, I said. If so, we are akin, Allan. Then I bowed deeply to her in my best manner and rising from her couch for the first time she stood up, looking very tall and commanding, and bowed back. After this I went to find the others on the further side of the curtains, except Hans, who had run down the long narrow hall and through the mats at its end. We followed, marching with dignity behind Bilali and between the double line of guards, who raised their spears as we passed them, and on the further side of the mats discovered Hans, still looking terrified. "Bars," he said to me as we threaded our way through the court of columns, "in my life I have seen all kinds of dreadful things and faced them, but never have I been so much afraid as I am of that white witch. Bars, I think that she is the devil of whom your reverend father, the predicant, used to talk so much, or perhaps his wife." "If so, Hans," I answered, "the devil is not so black as he is painted. But I advise you to be careful of what you say, as she may have long ears." "It doesn't matter at all what one says, Bars, because she reads thoughts before they pass the lips. I felt her doing it there in that room. And do you be careful, Bars, or she will eat up your spirit and make you fall in love with her, who, I expect, is very ugly indeed, since otherwise she would not wear a veil. Whoever saw a pretty woman tie up her head in a sack, Bars? Perhaps she does this because she is so beautiful, Hans, that she fears the hearts of men who look upon her would melt." "Oh, no, Bars, all women want to melt men's hearts, the more the better. They seem to have other things in their minds, but really they think of nothing else until they are too old and ugly, and it takes them a long while to be sure of that." So Hans went on talking his shrewd nonsense till, following so far as I could see, the same road as that by which we had come, we reached our quarters, where we found food prepared for us, broiled goat's flesh with corn cakes and milk, I think it was, also beds for us two white men covered with skin rugs and blankets woven of wool. These quarters, I should explain, consisted of rooms in a house built of stone of which the walls had once been painted. The roof of the house was gone now, for we could see the stars shining above us, but as the air was very soft in this sheltered plain, this was an advantage rather than otherwise. The largest room was reserved for Robertson and myself, while another at the back was given to Umslopogaas and his Zulus, and a third to the two wounded men. Bilali showed us these arrangements by the light of lamps and apologized that they were not better because, as he explained, the place was a ruin and there had been no time to build us a house. He added that we might sleep without fear as we were guarded and none would dare to harm the guests of she who commands, on whom he was sure we, or at any rate I and the black warrior, had produced an excellent impression. Then he bowed himself out, saying that he would return in the morning, and left us to our own devices. Robertson and I sat down on stools that had been set for us, and ate, but he seemed so overcome by his experiences, or by his somber thoughts, that I could not draw him into conversation. All he remarked was that we had fallen into queer company and that those who supped with Satan needed a long spoon. Having delivered himself of this sentiment, he threw himself upon the bed, prayed aloud for a while as had become his fashion, to be protected from warlocks and witches, amongst other things, and went to sleep. Before I turned in I visited Umslopogaas's room to see that all was well with him and his people, and found him standing in the doorway staring at the star-spangled sky. "Greeting, Macumazahn," he said, "you who are white and wise and I who am black and a fighter have seen many strange things beneath the sun, but never such a one as we have looked upon tonight. Who and what is that chieftainess, Macumazahn?" "I do not know," I said, "but it is worthwhile to have lived to see her, even though she be veiled." "Nor do I, Macumazahn. Nay, I do know, for my heart tells me that she is the greatest of all witches and that you will do well to guard your spirit lest she should steal it away. If she were not a witch, should I have seemed to behold the shape of Nada the lily who was the wife of my youth, beneath those white robes of hers, and though the tongue in which she spoke was strange to me, to hear the murmur of Nada's voice between her lips, of Nada who has gone further from me than those stars. It is good that you wear the great medicine of Zikali upon your breast, Macumazahn, for perhaps it will shield you from harm at those hands that are shaped of ivory." "Zikali is another of the tribe," I answered, laughing, "although less beautiful to see. Also I am not afraid of any of them, and from this one, if she be more than some white woman whom it pleases to veil herself, I shall hope to gather wisdom." "Yes, Macumazahn, such wisdom as spirits and the dead have to give." "Mayhap, Umslopogaas, but we came here to seek spirits and the dead, did we not?" "I," answered Umslopogaas, "these and war, and I think that we shall find enough of all three. Only I hope that war will come the first, lest the spirits and the dead should bewitch me and take away my skill and courage." Then we parted, and too tired even to wonder any more, I threw myself down on my bed and slept. I was awakened when the sun was already high, by the sound of Robertson, who was on his knees, praying aloud as usual, a habit of his which I confess got on my nerves. Prayer, in my opinion, is a private matter between man and his Creator, that is, except in church. Further, I did not in the least wish to hear all about Robertson's sins, which seemed to have been many and peculiar. It is bad enough to have to bear the burden of one's own transgressions without learning of those of other people, that is, unless one is a priest and must do so professionally. So I jumped up to escape and make arrangements for a wash, only to butt into old Bill Ali, who was standing in the doorway contemplating Robertson with much interest and stroking his white beard. He greeted me with his courteous bow and said, "Tell your companion, O Watcher, that it is not necessary for him to go upon his knees to she who commands, and must be obeyed," he added with emphasis, "when he is not in her presence, and that even then he would do well to keep silent, since so much talking in a strange tongue might trouble her." I burst out laughing and answered, "He does not go upon his knees and pray to she who commands, but to the Great One who is in the sky." "Indeed, Watcher. Well, here we only know a Great One who is upon the earth, though it is true that perhaps she visits the skies sometimes." "Is it so, Bill Ali?" I answered incredulously. "And now, I would ask you to take me to some place where I can bathe." "It is ready," he replied. "Come." So I called to Hans, who was hanging about with a rifle on his arm, to follow with a cloth and soap, of which fortunately we had a couple of pieces left, and we started along what had once been a paved roadway running between stone houses, whereof the time-eaten ruins still remained on either side. "Who and what is this queen of yours, Bill Ali?" I asked as we went. "Surely she is not of the Haggard blood." "Ask it of herself, O Watcher, for I cannot tell you. All I know is that I can trace my own family for 10 generations and that my 10th forefather told his son on his deathbed, for the saying has come down through his descendants, that when he was young she who commands had ruled the land for more scores of years than he could count months of life." I stopped and stared at him, since the lie was so amazing that it seemed to deprive me of the power of motion. Noting my very obvious disbelief, he continued blandly, "If ye doubt, ask. And now here is where you may bathe." Then he led me through an arched doorway and down a wrecked passage to what very obviously once had been a splendid bathhouse such as some I have seen pictures of that were built by the Romans. Its size was that of a large room. It was constructed of a kind of marble with a sloping bottom that varied from 3 to 7 feet in depth, and water still ran in and out of it through large glazed pipes. Moreover, round it was a footway about 5 feet across, from which opened chambers, unroofed now, that the bathers used as dressing rooms, while between these chambers stood the remains of statues. One at the end indeed, where an alcove had protected it from sun and weather, was still quite perfect, except for the outstretched arms which were gone. The right hand I noticed lying at the bottom of the bath. It was that of a nude young woman in the attitude of diving, a very beautiful bit of work, I thought, though of course I am no judge of sculpture. Even the smile mingled with trepidation upon the girl's face was most naturally portrayed. This statue showed 2 things, that the bath was used by females and that the people who built it were highly civilized, also that they belonged to an advanced if somewhat Eastern race, since the girl's nose was, if anything, Semitic in character, and her lips, though prettily shaped, were full. For the rest, the basin was so clean that I presume it must have been made ready for me or other recent bathers, and at its bottom I discovered gratings and broken pipes of earthenware which suggested that in the old days the water could be warmed by means of a furnace. This relic of a long-past civilization excited Hans even more than it did myself, since having never seen anything of the sort, he thought it so strange that, as he informed me, he imagined that it must have been built by witchcraft. In it I had a most delightful and much-needed bath. Even Hans was persuaded to follow my example, a thing I had rarely known him to do before, and seated in its shallowest part, splashed some water over his yellow, wrinkled anatomy. Then we returned to our house, where I found an excellent breakfast had been provided, which was brought to us by tall, silent, handsome women who surveyed us out of the corners of their eyes, but said nothing. Shortly after I had finished my meal, Zikali, who had disappeared, came back again and said that she who commands desired my presence, as she would speak with me, also that I must come alone. So, after attending to the wounded, who both seemed to be getting on well, I went, followed by Hans armed with his rifle, though I only carried my revolver. Robertson wished to accompany me, as he did not seem to care about being left alone with the Zulus in that strange place, but this Zikali would not allow. Indeed, when he persisted, two great men stepped forward and crossed their spears before him in a somewhat threatening fashion. Then at my entreaty, for I feared lest trouble should arise, he gave in and returned to the house. Following our path of the night before, we walked up a ruined street which I could see was only one of scores in what had once been a very great city, until we came to the archway that I have mentioned, a large one now overgrown with plants that from their yellow, sweet-scented bloom I judged to be a species of wallflower, also with a kind of houseleek or saxifrage. Here Hans was stopped by guards, Zikali explaining to me that he must await my return, an order which he obeyed unwillingly enough. Then I went on down the narrow passage, lined as before by guards who stood silent as statues, and came to the curtains at the end. Before these, at a motion from Zikali, who did not seem to dare to speak in this place, I stood still and waited. 13. Allan hears a strange tale. For some minutes I remained before those curtains until, had it not been for something electric in the air which got into my bones, a kind of force that, perhaps in my fancy only, seemed to pervade the place, I should certainly have grown bored. Indeed, I was about to ask my companion why he did not announce our arrival instead of standing there like a stuck pig with his eyes shut as though in prayer or meditation, when the curtains parted and from between them appeared one of those tall waiting women whom we had seen on the previous night. She contemplated us gravely for a few moments, then moved her hand twice, once forward, towards Zikali as a signal to him to retire, which he did with great rapidity, and next in a beckoning fashion towards myself to invite me to follow her. I obeyed, passing between the thick curtains which she fastened in some way behind me, and found myself in the same roofed and sculptured room that I have already described. Only now there were no lamps, such light as penetrated it coming from an opening above that I could not see, and falling upon the dais at its head, also on her who sat upon the dais. Yes, there she was in her white robes and veil, the point and center of a little lake of light, a wondrous and in a sense a spiritual vision, for in truth there was something about her which was not of the world, something that drew and yet frightened me. Still as a statue she sat, like one to whom time is of no account and who has grown weary of motion, and on either side of her yet more still, like caryatides supporting a shrine, stood two of the stately women who were her attendants. For the rest a sweet and subtle odor pervaded the chamber which took hold of my senses as hashish might do, which I was sure proceeded from her, or from her garments, for I could see no perfumes burning. She spoke no word, yet I knew she was inviting me to come nearer and moved forward till I reached a curious carved chair that was placed just beneath the dais, and there halted, not liking to sit down without permission. For a long while she contemplated me, for as before I could feel her eyes searching me from head to foot and as it were looking through me as though she would discover my very soul. Then at length she moved, waving those two ivory arms of hers outwards with a kind of swimming stroke, whereon the women to right and left of her turned and glided away, I know not whither. "Sit, Allan," she said, "and let us talk, for I think we have much to say to each other. Have you slept well? And eaten, though I fear that the food is but rough? Also was the bath made ready for you?" "Yes, Ayesha," I answered to all three questions, adding, for I knew not what to say, "It seems to be a very ancient bath." "When I last saw it," she replied, "it was well enough with statues standing round it worked by a sculptor who had seen beauty in his dreams. But in 2000 years, or is it more, the tooth of time bites deep, and doubtless like all else in this dead place it is now a ruin." I coughed to cover up the exclamation of disbelief that rose to my lips and remarked blandly that 2,000 years was certainly a long time. When you say one thing, Allan, and mean another, your Arabic is even more vile than usual and does not serve to cloak your thought. It may be so, Ayesha, for I only know that tongue as I do many other of the dialects of Africa by learning it from common men. My own speech is English, in which, if you are acquainted with it, I should prefer to talk. I know not English, which doubtless is some language that has arisen since I left the world. Perhaps later you shall teach it to me. I tell you, you anger me whom it is not well to anger, because you believe nothing that passes my lips and yet do not dare to say so. How can I believe one, Ayesha, who if I understand aright, speaks of having seen a certain bath 2,000 years ago, whereas 100 years are the full days of man? Forgive me therefore if I cannot believe what I know to be untrue. Now I thought that she would be very angry and was sorry that I had spoken. But as it happened she was not. You must have courage to give me the lie so boldly, and I like courage, she said, who have been cringed to for so long. Indeed, I know that you are brave, who have heard how you bore yourself in the fight yesterday, and much else about you. I think that we shall be friends, but seek no more. What else should I seek, Ayesha? I asked innocently. Now you are lying again, she said, who know well that no man who is a man sees a woman who is beautiful and pleases him, without wondering whether, should he desire it, she could come to love him, that is, if she be young. Which at least is not possible if she has lived 2,000 years. Then naturally she would prefer to wear a veil, I said boldly, seeking to avoid the argument into which I saw she wished to drag me. Ah, she answered, the little yellow man who is named Light in Darkness put that thought into your heart, I think. Oh, do not trouble as to how I know it, who have many spies here, as he guessed well enough. So a woman who has lived 2,000 years must be hideous and wrinkled, must she? The stamp of youth and loveliness must long have fled from her, of that you, the wise man, are sure. Very well. Now you tempt me to do what I had determined I would not do, and you shall pluck the fruit of that tree of curiosity which grows so fast within you. Look, Allan, and say whether I am old and hideous, even though I have lived 2,000 years upon the earth and mayhap many more. Then she lifted her hands and did something to her veil, so that for a moment, only one moment, her face was revealed, after which the veil fell into its place. I looked, I saw, and if that chair had lacked a back I believe that I should have fallen out of it to the ground. As for what I saw, well, it cannot be described, at any rate by me, except perhaps as a flash of glory. Every man has dreamed of perfect beauty, basing his ideas of it perhaps on that of some woman he has met who chanced to take his fancy, with a few accessories from splendid pictures or Greek statues thrown in, plus a garnishment of the imagination. At any rate I have, and here was that perfect beauty multiplied by 10, such beauty, that at the sight of it the senses reeled. And yet I repeat that it is not to be described. I do not know what the nose or the lips were like. In fact, all that I can remember with distinctness is the splendor of the eyes, of which I had caught some hint through her veil on the previous night. Oh, they were wondrous, those eyes, but I cannot tell their color save that the groundwork of them was black. Moreover, they seemed to be more than eyes as we understand them. They were indeed windows of the soul, out of which looked thought and majesty and infinite wisdom, mixed with all the allurements and the mystery that we are accustomed to see or to imagine in women. Here let me say something at once. If this marvelous creature expected that the revelation of her splendor was going to make me her slave, to cause me to fall in love with her, as it is called, well, she must have been disappointed, for it had no such effect. It frightened and in a sense humbled me, that is all, for I felt myself to be in the presence of something that was not human, something alien to me as a man, which I could fear and even adore as humanity would adore that which is divine, but with which I had no desire to mix. Moreover, was it divine, or was it something very different? I did not know, I only knew that it was not for me, as soon should I have thought of asking for a star to set within my lantern. I think that she felt this, felt that her stroke had missed, as the French say, that as if she meant to strike at all at this moment. Of this I am not certain, for it was in a changed voice, one with a suspicion of chill in it, that she said with a little laugh. Do you admit now, Allan, that a woman may be old and still remain fair and unwrinkled? I admit, I answered, although I was trembling so much that I could hardly speak with steadiness, that a woman may be splendid and lovely beyond anything that the mind of man can conceive, whatever her age, of which I know nothing. I would add this, Ayesha, that I thank you very much for having revealed to me the glory that is hid beneath your veil. Why? She asked, and I thought that I detected curiosity in her question. For this reason, Ayesha. Now there is no fear of my troubling you in such a fashion as you seemed to dread a little while ago. As soon would a man desire to court the moon sailing in her silver loveliness through heaven. The moon. It is strange that you should compare me to the moon, she said musingly. Do you know that the moon was a great goddess in old Egypt and that her name was Isis, and well, once I had to do with Isis? Perhaps you were there and knew it, since more lives than one are given to most of us. I must search and learn. For the rest, all have not thought as you do, Allan. Many, on the contrary, love and seek to win the divine. So do I at a distance, Ayesha, but to come too near to it I do not aspire. If I did, perhaps I might be consumed. You have wisdom, she replied, not without a note of admiration in her voice. The moths are few that fear the flame, but those are the moths which live. Also I think that you have scorched your wings before and learned that fire hurts. Indeed, now I remember that I have heard of 3 such fires of love through which you have flown, Allan, though all of them are dead ashes now, or shine elsewhere. 2 burned in your youth when a certain lady died to save you, a great woman that, is it not so? And the 3rd, she was fire indeed, though of a copper hue. What was her name? I cannot remember, but I think it had something to do with the wind, yes, with the wind when it wails. I stared at her. Was this Mamina myth to be dug up again in a secret place in the heart of Africa? And how the deuce did she know anything about Mamina? Could she have been questioning Hans or Umslopogaas? No, it was not possible, for she had never seen them out of my presence. Perhaps, she went on in a mocking voice, perhaps once again you disbelieve, Allan, whose cynic mind is so hard to open to new truths. Well, shall I show you the faces of these 3? I can, and she waved her hand towards some object that stood on a tripod to the right of her in the shadow. It looked like a crystal basin. But what would it serve when you who know them so well, believed that I drew their pictures out of your own soul? Also perchance but one face would appear, and that one strange to you. Lady Ragnall perhaps, J.B. Have you heard, Allan, that among the wise some hold that not all of us is visible at once here on earth within the same house of flesh, that the whole self in its home above, separates itself into sundry parts, each of which walks the earth in different form, a segment of life's circle that can never be dissolved and must unite again at last? I shook my head blankly, for I had never heard anything of the sort. You have still much to learn, Allan, although doubtless there are some who think you wise, she went on in the same mocking voice. Well, I hold that this doctrine is built upon a rock of truth. Also, she added after studying me for a minute, that in your case these 3 women do not complete that circle. I think there is a 4th who as yet is strange to you in this life, though you have known her well enough in others. I groaned, imagining that she alluded to herself, which was foolish of me, for at once she read my mind and went on with a rather acid little laugh. No, no, not the humble slave who sits before you, whom, as you have told me, it would please you to reject as unworthy were she brought to you in offering, as in the old days was done at the courts of the great kings of the East. O fool, fool! Who hold yourself so strong and do not know that if I chose, before yon shadow had moved a finger's breadth, I could bring you to my feet, praying that you might be suffered to kiss my robe, yes, just the border of my robe. Then I beg of you not to choose, Ayesha, since I think that when there is work to be done by both of us, we shall find more comfort side by side than if I were on the ground seeking to kiss a garment that doubtless then it would delight you to snatch away." At these words her whole attitude seemed to change. I could see her lovely shape brace itself up, as it were, beneath her robes, and felt in some way that her mind had also changed, that it had rid itself of mockery and woman's pique and like a shifting searchlight, was directed upon some new objective. "Work to be done," she repeated after me in a new voice. "Yes, I thank you who bring it to my mind, since the hours pass and that work presses. Also I think there is a bargain to be made between us who are both of the blood that keeps bargains, even if they be not written on a roll and signed and sealed. Why do you come to me and what do you seek of me, Allan, watcher in the night? Say it and truthfully, for though I may laugh at lies and pass them by when they have to do with the eternal swordplay which nature decrees between man and woman, until these break apart or, casting down the swords, seek arms in which they agree too well, when they have to do with policy and high purpose and ambition's ends, why then I avenge them upon the liar." Now I hesitated, as what I had to tell her seemed so foolish, indeed so insane, while she waited patiently as though to give me time to shape my thoughts. Speaking at last because I must, I said, "I come to ask you, Ayesha, to show me the dead, if the dead still live elsewhere." "And who told you, Allan, that I could show you the dead, if they are not truly dead? There is but one, I think, and if you are his messenger, show me his token. Without it we do not speak together of this business." "What token?" I asked innocently, though I guessed her meaning well enough. She searched me with her great eyes, for I felt, and indeed saw them on me through the veil, then answered, "I think, nay, let me be sure," and half rising from the couch, she bent her head over the tripod that I have described, and stared into what seemed to be a crystal bowl. "If I read aright," she said, straightening herself presently, "it is a hideous thing enough, the carving of an abortion of a man such as no woman would care to look on lest her babe should bear its stamp. It is a charmed thing also that has virtues for him who wears it, especially for you, Allan, since something tells me that it is dyed with the blood of one who loved you. If you have it, let it be revealed, since without it I do not talk with you of these dead you seek." Now I drew Zikali's talisman from its hiding place and held it towards her. "Give it to me," she said. I was about to obey when something seemed to warn me not to do so. "Nay," I answered, "he who lent me this carving for a while, charged me that except in emergency and to save others, I must wear it night and day till I returned it to his hand, saying that if I parted from it fortune would desert me. I believe none of this talk and tried to be rid of it, whereon death drew near to me from a snake, such a snake as I see you wear about you, which doubtless also has poison in its fangs, if of another sort, Ayesha." "Draw near," she said, "and let me look. Man, be not afraid." So I rose from my chair and knelt before her, hoping secretly that no one would see me in that ridiculous position, which the most unsuspicious might misinterpret. I admit, however, that it proved to have compensations, since even through the veil I saw her marvelous eyes better than I had done before, and something of the pure outline of her classic face, also the fragrance of her hair was wonderful. She took the talisman in her hand and examined it closely. "I have heard of this charm and it is true that the thing has power," she said, "for I can feel it running through my veins, also that it is a shield of defense to him who wears it. Yes, and now I understand what perplexed me somewhat, namely, how it came about that when you vexed me into unveiling, but let that matter be. The wisdom was not your own, but another's, that is all. Yes, the wisdom of one whose years have borne him beyond the shafts that fly from woman's eyes, the ruinous shafts which bring men down to doom and nothingness. Tell me, Allan, is this the likeness of him who gave it to you?" "Yes, Ayesha, the very picture, as I think, carved by himself, though he said that it is ancient, and others tell that it has been known in the land for centuries." "So perchance has he," she answered dryly, "since some of our company live long. Now tell me this wizard's names. Nay, wait a while, for I would prove that indeed you are his messenger with whom I may talk about the dead, and other things, Allan. You can read Arabic, can you not?" A little, I answered. Then from a stool at her side she took paper, or rather papyrus and a reed pen, and on her knee wrote something on the sheet which she gave to me folded up. Now tell me the names, she said, and then let us see if they tally with what I have written, for if so you are a true man, not a mere wanderer or a spy. The principal names of this doctor are Zikali, the opener of roads, the thing that should never have been born, I answered. Read the writing, Allan, she said. I unfolded the sheet and read Arabic words which meant, weapons, cleaver of rocks, one at whom dogs bark and children wail. The last two are near enough, she said, but the first is wrong. Nay, Ayesha, since in this man's tongue the word Zikali means weapons, intelligence, at which she clapped her hands as a merry girl might do. The man, I went on, is without doubt a great doctor, one who sees and knows things that others do not, but I do not understand why this token carved in his likeness should have power, as you say it has. Because with it goes his spirit, Allan. Have you never heard of the Egyptians, a very wise people who, as I remember, declared that man has a ka or double, a second self, that can either dwell in his statue or be sent afar? I answered that I had heard this. Well, the ka of this Zikali goes with that hideous image of him, which is perhaps why you have come safe through many dangers and why also I seemed to dream so much of him last night. Tell me now, what does Zikali want of me whose power he knows very well? An oracle, the answer to a riddle, Ayesha. Then set it out another time. So you desire to see the dead, and this old dwarf, who is a home of wisdom, desires an oracle from one who is greater than he. Good. And what are you, or both of you, prepared to pay for these boons? Know, Allan, that I am a merchant who sells my favors dear. Tell me then, will you pay? I think that it depends upon the price, I answered cautiously. Set out the price, Ayesha. Be not afraid, O cunning dealer, she mocked. I do not ask your soul or even that love of yours which you guard so jealously, since these things I could take without the asking. Nay, I ask only what a brave and honest man may give without shame, your help in war, and perhaps, she added with a softer tone, your friendship. I think, Allan, that I like you well, perhaps because you remind me of another whom I knew long ago. I bowed at the compliment, feeling proud and pleased at the prospect of a friendship with this wonderful and splendid creature, although I was aware that it had many dangers. Then I sat still and waited. She also waited, brooding. Listen, she said after a while, I will tell you a story and when you have heard it you shall answer, even if you do not believe it, but not before. Does it please you to listen to something of the tale of my life which I am moved to tell you, that you may know with whom you have to deal? Again I bowed, thinking to myself that I knew nothing that would please me more, who was eaten up with a devouring curiosity about this woman. Now she rose from her couch and descending off the dais, began to walk up and down the chamber. I say, to walk, but her movements were more like the gliding of an eagle through the air or the motion of a swan upon still water, so smooth were they and gracious. As she walked she spoke in a low and thrilling voice. Listen, she said again, and even if my story seems marvelous to you, interrupt, and above all, mock me not, lest I should grow angry, which might be ill for you. I am not as other women are, O Allan, who having conquered the secrets of nature, here I felt an intense desire to ask what secrets, but remembered and held my tongue, to my sorrow have preserved my youth and beauty through many ages. Moreover in the past, perhaps in payment for my sins, I have lived other lives of which some memory remains with me. By my last birth I am an Arab lady of royal blood, a descendant of the kings of the East. There I dwelt in the wilderness and ruled a people, and at night I gathered wisdom from the stars and the spirits of the earth and air. At length I wearied of it all and my people too wearied of me and besought me to depart, for, Allan, I would have naught to do with men, yet men went mad because of my beauty and slew each other out of jealousy. Moreover other peoples made war upon my people, hoping to take me captive that I might be a wife to their kings. So I left them, and being furnished with great wealth in hoarded gold and jewels, together with a certain holy man, my master, I wandered through the world, studying the nations and their worships. At Jerusalem I tarried and learned of Jehovah who is, or was, its God. At Paphos in the Isle of Kittim I dwelt a while till the folk of that city thought that I was Aphrodite returned to earth and sought to worship me. For this reason and because I made a mock of Aphrodite, who, as I have said, would have naught to do with men, she through her priests cursed me, saying that her yoke should lie more heavily upon my neck from age to age than on that of any woman who had breathed beneath the sun. It was a wondrous scene, she added reflectively, that of the cursing, since for every word I gave back too. Moreover I told the hoary villain of a high priest to make report to his goddess that long after she was dead in the world, I would live on, for the spirit of prophecy was on me in that hour. Yet the curse fell in its season, since in her day, doubt it or not, Aphrodite had strength, as indeed under other names she has and will have while the world endures, and for aught I know, beyond it. Do they worship her now in any land, Allan? No, only her statues because of their beauty, though love is always worshipped. Yes, who can testify to that better than you yourself, Allan, if he who is called Zikali tells me the truth concerning you in the dreams he sends? As for the statues, I saw some of them as they left the master's hand in Greece, and when I told him that he might have found a better model, once I was that model. If this marble still endures, it must be the most famous of them all, though perchance Aphrodite has shattered it in her jealous rage. You shall tell me of these statues afterwards. Mine had a mark on the left shoulder like to a mole, but the stone was imperfect, not my flesh, as I can prove if you should wish. Thinking it better not to enter on a discussion as to Ayesha's shoulder, I remained silent and she went on. I dwelt in Egypt also, and there, to be rid of men who wearied me with their sighs and importunities, also to acquire more wisdom of which she was the mistress, I entered the service of the goddess Isis, queen of heaven, vowing to remain virgin forever. Soon I became her high priestess, and in her most sacred shrines upon the Nile, I communed with the goddess and shared her power, since from me her daughter, she withheld none of her secrets. So it came about that though pharaohs held the scepter, it was I who ruled Egypt and brought it and Sidon to their fall. It matters not how or why, as it was fated that I must do. Yes, kings would come to seek counsel from me where I sat throned, dressed in the garb of Isis and breathing out her power. Yet, my task accomplished, of it all I grew weary, as men will surely do of the heavens that they preach, should they chance to find them. I wondered what this task might be, but only asked, why? Because in their pictured heaven all things lie to their hands, and man, being man, cannot be happy without struggle, and woman, being woman, without victory over others. What is cheaply bought, or given, has no value, Allan. To be enjoyed, it must first be won. But I bade you not to break my thought. I asked pardon and she went on. Then it was that the shadow of the curse of Aphrodite fell upon me, yes, and of the curse of Isis also, so that these twin maledictions have made me what I am, a lost soul dwelling in the wilderness waiting the fulfillment of a fate whereof I know not the end. For though I have all wisdom, all knowledge of the past and much power together with the gift of life and beauty, the future is as dark to me as night without its moon and stars. Hearken, this chanced to me. Though it be to my shame I tell it ye that all may be clear. At a temple of Isis on the Nile where I ruled, there was a certain priest, a Greek by birth, vowed like myself to the service of the goddess and therefore to wed none but her, the goddess herself, that is, in the spirit. He was named Callicrates, a man of courage and of beauty, such an one as those Greeks carved in the statues of their god Apollo. Never, I think, was a man more beautiful in face and form, though in soul he was not great, as often happens to men who of all else, and well nigh always happens to women, save myself and perhaps one or two others that history tells of, doubtless magnifying their fabled charms. The pharaoh of that day, the last of the native blood, him whom the Persians drove to doom, had a daughter, the princess of Egypt, Amenartes by name, a fair woman in her fashion, though somewhat swarthy. In her youth this Aminatas became enamored of Callicrates and he of her, when he was a captain of the Grecian mercenaries at Pharaoh's court. Indeed, she brought blood upon his hands because of her, wherefore he fled to Isis for forgiveness and for peace. Thither in after time she followed him and again urged her love. Learning of the thing and knowing it for sacrilege, I summoned this priest and warned him of his danger and of the doom which awaited him should he continue in that path. He grew affrighted. He flung himself upon the ground before me with groans and supplications, and kissing my feet, vowed most falsely to me that his dealings with the royal Aminatas were but a veil and that it was I whom he worshipped. His unhallowed words filled me with horror and sternly I bade him begone and do penance for his crime, saying that I would pray the goddess on behalf of him. He went, leaving me alone lost in thought in the darkening shrine. Then sleep fell on me and in my sleep I dreamed a dream, or saw a vision. For suddenly there stood before me a woman beauteous as myself clad in nothing save a golden girdle and a veil of gossamer. "O Ayesha," she said in a honeyed voice, "priestess of Isis of the Egyptians, sworn to the barren worship of Isis and fed on the ashes of her unprofitable wisdom, know that I am Aphrodite of the Greeks whom many times thou hast mocked and defied, and queen of the breathing world, as Isis is queen of the world that is dead. Now because thou didst despise me and pour contempt upon my name, I smite thee with my strength and lay a curse upon thee. It is that thou shalt love and desire this man who but now hath kissed thy feet, ever longing till the world's end to kiss his lips in payment, although thou art as far above him as the moon thou servest is above the Nile. Think not that thou shalt escape my doom, for know that however strong the spirit, here upon the earth the flesh is stronger still and of all flesh I am the queen." Then she laughed softly and smiting me across the eyes with a lock of her scented hair, was gone. Allan, I awoke from my sleep and a great trouble fell upon me, for I who had never loved before now was rent with a rage of love and for this man who till that moment had been naught to me but as some beauteous image of gold and ivory. I longed for him, my heart was racked with jealousy because of the Egyptian who favored him, an eating flame possessed my breast. I grew mad. There in the shrine of Isis the divine I cast myself upon my knees and cried to Aphrodite to return and give me him I sought, for whose sake I would renounce all else, even if I must pour my wisdom into a beauteous, empty cup. Yes, thus I prayed and lay upon the ground and wept until, outworn, once more sleep fell upon me. Now in the darkness of the holy place once more there came a dream or vision, since before me in her glory stood the goddess Isis crowned with the crescent of the young moon and holding in her hand the jeweled sistrum that is her symbol, from which came music like to the melody of distant bells. She gazed at me and in her great eyes were scorn and anger. "O Ayesha, daughter of wisdom," she said in a solemn voice, "whom I, Isis, had come to look upon rather as a child than a servant, since in none other of my priestesses was such greatness to be found, and whom in a day to be I had purposed to raise to the very steps of my heavenly throne, thou hast broken thine oath and, forsaking me, hast worshipped false Aphrodite of the Greeks who is mine enemy. Yea, in the eternal war between the spirit and the flesh, thou hast chosen the part of flesh. Therefore I hate thee and add my doom to that which Aphrodite laid upon thee, which, hadst thou prayed to me and not to her, I would have lifted from thy heart. Hearken. The Grecian whom thou hast chosen, by Aphrodite's will, thou shalt love as the Parthian said. More, thy love shall bring his blood upon thy hands, nor mayest thou follow him to the grave. For I will show thee the source of life and thou shalt drink of it to make thyself more fair even than thou art and thus outpace thy rival, and when thy lover is dead, in a desolate place thou shalt wait in grief and solitude till he is born again and find thee there. Yet shall this be but the beginning of thy sorrows, since through all time thou shalt pursue thy fate till at length thou canst draw up this man to the height on which thine own soul stands by the ropes of love and loss and suffering. Moreover through it all thou shalt despise thyself, which is man's and woman's hardest lot, thou who having the rare feast of spirit spread out before thee, hast chosen to fill thyself from the troughs of flesh. Then, Allan, in my dream I made a proud answer to the goddess, saying, "Hear me, mighty mistress of many forms who dost appear in all that lives. An evil fate has fallen upon me, but was it I who chose that fate? Can the leaf contend against the driving gale? Can the falling stone turn upwards to the sky, or when nature draws it, can the tide cease to flow? A goddess whom I have offended, that goddess whose strength causes the whole world to be, has laid her curse upon me, and because I have bent before the storm, as bend I must, or break, another goddess whom I serve, thou thyself, Mother Isis, hast added to the curse. Where then is justice, O Lady of the Moon? Not here, woman, she answered. Yet far away justice lives and shall be won at last, and mayhap because thou art so proud and high-stomached, it is laid upon thee to seek her blinded eyes through many an age. Yet at last I think thou shalt set thy sins against her weights and find the balance even. Therefore cease from questioning the high decrees of destiny which thou canst not understand, and be content to suffer, remembering that all joy grows from the root of pain. Moreover, know this for thy comfort, that the wisdom which thou hast shall grow and gather on thee, and with it thy beauty and thy power, also that at the last thou shalt look upon my face again, in token whereof I leave to thee my symbol, the sistrum that I bear, and with it this command. Follow that false priest of mine wherever he may go, and avenge me upon him, and if thou lose him there, wait while the generations pass till he return again. Such and no other is thy destiny. Allan, the vision faded, and when I awoke the lights of dawn played upon the image of the goddess in the sanctuary. They played, moreover, upon the holy jeweled thing that in my dream her hand had held, the sistrum of her worship, shaped like the loop of life, the magic symbol that she had vowed to me, wherewith goes her power, which henceforth was mine. I took it and followed after the priest Callicrates, to whom thenceforward I was bound by passion's ties that are stronger than all the goddesses in this wide universe. Here I, Allan, could contain myself no longer, and asked, what for? Then, fearing her wrath, wished that I had been silent. But she was not angry, perhaps because this tale of her interviews with goddesses, doubtless fabled, had made her humble, for she answered quietly. By Aphrodite, or by Isis, or both of them I did not know. All I knew was that I must seek him, then and evermore, as seek I do today and shall perchance through eons yet unborn. So I followed, as I was taught and commanded, the sistrum being my guide, how it matters not, and giving me the means, and so at last I came to this ancient land whereof the ruin in which you sit was once known as Kor. 14. Allan misses opportunity. All the while that she was talking thus, the lady or the queen or the witchwoman, Ayesha, had been walking up and down the place from the curtains to the foot of the dais, sweeping me with her scented robes as she passed to and fro, and as she walked she waved her arms as an orator might do to emphasize the more moving passages of her tale. Now at the end of it, or what I took to be the end, she stepped onto the dais and sank upon the couch as if exhausted, though I think her spirit was weary rather than her body. Here she sat a while, brooding, her chin resting on her hand, then suddenly looked up and fixing her glance upon me, for I could see the flash of it through her thin veil, said, "What think you of this story, Allan? Do you believe it, and have you ever heard its like?" "Never," I answered with emphasis, "and of course I believe every word. Only there are one or two questions that with your leave I would wish to ask, Ayesha." "By which you mean, Allan, that you believe nothing, being by nature without faith and doubtful of all that you cannot see and touch and handle." "Well, perhaps you are wise, since what I have told you is not all the truth. For example, it comes back to me now that it was not in the temple on the Nile, or indeed upon the earth, that I saw the vision of Aphrodite and of Isis, but elsewhere, also that it was here in Kor that I was first consumed by passion for Callicrates whom hitherto I had scorned. In 2000 years one forgets much, Allan. Out with your questions and I will answer them, unless they be too long." "Ayesha," I said humbly, reflecting to myself that my questions would, at any rate, be shorter than her varying tale, "even I who am not learned have heard of these goddesses of whom you speak, of the Grecian Aphrodite who rose from the sea upon the shores of Cyprus and dwelt at Paphos and elsewhere." "Yes, doubtless like most men you have heard of her, and perchance also have been struck across the eyes with her hair, like your betters before you," she interrupted with sarcasm. "Also," I went on, avoiding argument, "I have heard of Isis of the Egyptians, Lady of the Moon, Mother of Mysteries, spouse of Osiris whose child was Horus the Avenger." And I think we'll hear more of her before you have done, Allan, for now something comes back to me concerning you and her and another. I am not the only one who has broken the oaths of Isis and received her curse, Allan, as you may find out in the days to come. But what of these heavenly queens? Only this, Ayesha, I have been taught that they were but phantasms fabled by men with many another false divinity, and could have sworn that this was true. And yet you talk of them as real and living, which perplexes me. Being dull of understanding, doubtless it perplexes you, Allan. Yet if you had imagination you might understand that these goddesses are great principles of nature, Isis, of throned wisdom and straight virtue, and Aphrodite, of love, as it is known to men and women who, being human, have it laid upon them that they must hand on the torch of life in their little hour. Also you would know that such principles can seem to take shape and form and at certain ages of the world appear to their servants visible in majesty, though perchance today others with changed names wield their scepters and work their will. Now you are answered on this matter. So to the next. Privately I did not feel as though I were answered at all, and I was sure that I know nothing of the kind she indicated, but thinking it best to leave the subject, I went on. If I understood rightly, Ayesha, the events which you have been pleased first to describe to me, and then to qualify or contradict, took place when the pharaohs reigned. Now no pharaoh has sat upon the throne of Egypt for near 2,000 years, for the last was a Grecian woman whom the Romans conquered and drove to death. And yet, Ayesha, you speak as though you have lived all through that gulf of time, and in this there must be error, because it is impossible. Therefore I suppose you to mean that this history has come down to you in writing, or perhaps in dreams. I believe that even in such far-off times there were writers of romance, and we all know of what stuff dreams are made. At least this thought comes to me, I added hurriedly, fearing lest I had said too much, and one so wise as you are, I repeat, knows well that a woman who says she has lived 2,000 years must be mad or suffer from delusions, because I repeat, it is impossible. At these quite innocent remarks she sprang to her feet in a rage that might truly be called royal in every sense. Impossible. Romance. Dreams. Delusions. Mad, she cried in a ringing voice. Oh! Of a truth you weary me, and I have a mind to send you whither you will learn what is impossible and what is not. Indeed, I would do it, and now, only I need your services, and if I did there would be none left for me to talk with, since your companion is moonstruck and the others are but savages of whom I have seen enough. Hearken, fool. Nothing is impossible. Why do you seek, you who talk of the impossible, to girdle the great world in the span of your 2 hands and to weigh the secrets of the universe in the balance of your petty mind and, of that which you cannot understand, to say that it is not? Life you admit because you see it all about you. But that it should endure for 2,000 years, which after all is but a second's beat in the story of the earth, that to you is impossible, although in truth the buried seed or the sealed-up toad can live as long. Doubtless, also, you have some faith which promises you this same boon to all eternity, after the little change called death. Nay, Allan, it is possible enough, like to many other things of which you do not dream today that will be common to the eyes of those who follow after you. Mayhap you think it impossible that I should speak with and learn of you from yonder old black wizard who dwells in the country whence you came. And yet whenever I do so in the night because he is in tune with me, and what I do shall be done by all men in the years unborn. Yes, they shall talk together across the wide spaces of the earth, and the lover shall hear her lover's voice although great seas roll between them. Nor perchance will it stop at this, perchance in future time men shall hold converse with the denizens of the stars, and even with the dead who have passed into silence and the darkness. Do you hear and understand me? Yes, yes, I answered feebly. You lie, as you are too prone to do. You hear but you do not understand nor believe, and oh! You vex me sorely. Now I had it in my mind to tell you the secret of this long life of mine, long, mark you, but not endless, for doubtless I must die and change and return again, like others, and even to show you how it may be won. But you are not worthy in your faithlessness. No, no, I am not worthy, I answered, who at that moment did not feel the least desire to live 2,000 years, perhaps with this woman as a neighbor, rating me from generation to generation. Yet it is true, that now when I am older and a certain event cannot be postponed much longer, I do often regret that I neglected to take this unique chance, if in truth there was one, of prolonging an existence which after all has its consolations, especially when one has made one's pile. Certainly it is a flagrant case, of neglected opportunities, and my only consolation for having lost them is that this was due to the uprightness of my nature, which made it so hard for me to acquiesce in alternative statements that I had every cause to disbelieve, and thus to give offense to a very powerful and petulant if attractive lady. So that is done with, she went on with a little stamp of indignation, as soon you will be also, who, had you not crossed and doubted me, might have lived on for untold time and become one of the masters of the world, as I am. Here she paused, choked, I think, with her almost childish anger, and because I could not help it, I said, such place and power, if they be yours, Ayesha, do not seem to bring you much reward. If I were a master of the world, I do not think that I should choose to dwell unchangingly among savages who eat men and in a pile of ruins. But perhaps the curses of Aphrodite and of Isis are stronger masters still, and I paused inquiringly. This bold argument, for now I see that it was bold, seemed to astonish and even bewilder my wonderful companion. You have more wisdom than I thought, she said reflectively, who have come to understand that no one is really lord of anything, since above there is always a more powerful lord who withers all his pomp and pride to nothingness, even as the great kings learned in olden days, and I, who am higher than they are, am learning now. Hearken. Troubles beset me wherein I would have your help and that of your companions, for which I will pay each of you the fee that he desires. The brooding white man who is with you shall free his daughter and unharmed, though that he will be unharmed I do not promise. The black savage captain shall fight his fill and gain the glory that he seeks, also something that he seeks still more. The little yellow man asks nothing save to be with his master like a dog and to satisfy at once his stomach and his apish curiosity. You, Allan, shall see those dead over whom you brood at night, though the other guerdon that you might have won is now passed from your reach because you mock me in your heart. What must we do to gain these things? I asked. How can we humble creatures help one who is all-powerful and who has gathered in her breast the infinite knowledge of 2,000 years? You must make war under my banner and rid me of my foes. As for the reason, listen to the end of my tale and you shall learn. I reflected that it was a marvelous thing that this queen who claimed supernatural powers should need our help in a war, but thinking it wiser to keep my meditations to myself, said nothing. As a matter of fact, I might just as well have spoken, since as usual she read my thoughts. You are thinking that it is strange, Allan, that I, the mighty and undying, should seek your aid in some petty tribal battle, and so it would be were my foes but common savages. But they are more, they are men protected by the ancient god of this immemorial city of Kor, a great god in his day whose spirit still haunts these ruins and whose strength still protects the worshippers who cling to him and practice his unholy rites of human sacrifice. How was this god named? I asked. Rezu was his name, and from him came the Egyptian Re or Ra, since in the beginning Kor was the mother of Egypt and the conquering people of Kor took their god with them when they burst into the valley of the Nile and subdued its peoples long before the first pharaoh, Men's, or Egypt's crown. Ra was the sun, was he not? I asked. Aye, and Rezu also was a sun god whom from his throne in the fires of the Lord of Day, gave life to men, or slew them if he willed with his thunderbolts of drought and pestilence and storm. He was no gentle king of heaven, but one who demanded blood sacrifice from his worshippers, yes, even that of maids and children. So it came about that the people of Kor, who saw their virgins slain and eaten by the priests of Rezu, and their infants burned to ashes in the fires that his rays lit, turned themselves to the worship of the gentle moon, the goddess whom they named Lulala. While some of them chose truth for their queen, since truth, they said, was greater and more to be desired than the fierce Sun King or even the sweet Moon Lady, Truth, who sat above them both throned in the furthest stars of heaven. Then the demon, Rezu, grew wroth and sent a pestilence upon Kor and its subject lands and slew their people, save those who clung to him in the great apostasy, and with them some others who served Lulala and truth the divine, that escaped I know not how. Did you see this great pestilence? I asked, much interested. Nay, it befell generations before I came to Kor. One Genus, a priest, wrote a record of it in the caves yonder where I have my home and where is the burying place of the countless thousands that it slew. In my day Kor, of which, should you desire to hear it, I will tell you the history, was a ruin as it is now, though scattered in the lands amidst the tumbled stones which once built up her subject cities, a people named the Haggard dwelt in households, or tribes, and there sacrificed men by fire and devoured them, following the rites of the demon Rezu. For these were the descendants of those who escaped the pestilence. Also there were certain others, children of the worshippers of Lulala whose kingdom is the moon, and of Truth the Queen, who clung to the gentle worship of their forefathers and were ever at war with the followers of Rezu. What brought you to Kor, Ayesha? I asked irrelevantly. Have I not said that I was led hither by the command and the symbol of great Isis whom I serve? Also, she added after a pause, that I might find a certain pair, one of whom had broken his oaths to her, tempted thereto by the other. And did you find them, Ayesha? I asked. I found them, or rather they found me, and in my presence the goddess executed her decree upon her false priest and drove his temptress back to the world. That must have been dreadful for you, Ayesha, since I understood that you also liked this priest. She sprang from her couch and in a low, hissing voice which resembled the sound made by an angry snake and turned my blood cold to hear, exclaimed. Man, do you dare to mock me? Nay, you are but a blundering, curious fool, and it is well for you that this is so, since otherwise like Callicrates, never should you leave Kor living. Cease from seeking that which you may not learn. Suffice it for you to know that the doom of Isis fell upon the lost Callicrates, her priest forsworn, and that on me also fell her doom, who must dwell here, dead yet living, till he return again and the play begins afresh. Stranger, she went on in a softer voice, perchance your faith, whate'er it be, parades a hell to terrify its worshippers and give strength to the arms of its prophesying priests, who swear they hold the keys of doom or of the eternal joys. I see you sign assent. I had nodded at her extremely accurate guess, and therefore can understand that in such a hell as this, here upon the earth I have dwelt for some 2,000 years, expiating the crime of powers above me whereof I am but the hand and instrument, since those powers which decreed that I should love, decree also that I must avenge that love. She sank down upon the couch as though exhausted by emotion, of which I could only guess the reasons, hiding her face in her hands. Presently she let them fall again and continued. Of these woes ask me no more. They sleep till the hour of their resurrection, which I think draws nigh. Indeed, I thought that you perchance, but let that be. 'Twas near the mark, nearer, Allan, than you know, not in it. Therefore leave them to their sleep as I would if I might, if I might, whose companions they are throughout the weary ages. Alas! That through the secret which was revealed to me I remain undying on the earth, who in death might perhaps have found a rest, and being human although half divine, must still busy myself with the affairs of earth. Look you, wanderer, after that which was fated had happened and I remained in my agony of solitude and sorrow, after, too, I had drunk of the cup of enduring life and like the Prometheus of old fable, found myself bound to this changeless rock, whereon day by day the vultures of remorse tear out my living heart, which in the watches of the night is ever doomed to grow again within my woman's breast. I was plunged into petty troubles of the flesh. I unwelcomed them because their irk at times gave me forgetfulness. When the savage dwellers in this land came to know that a mighty one had arisen among them who was the servant of the Lady of the Moon, those of them who still worshipped their goddess Lulala, gathered themselves about me, while those of them who worshipped Rezu sought to overthrow me. Here, they said, is the goddess Lulala come to earth. In the name of Rezu let us slay her and make an end, for these fools thought that I could be killed. Allan, I conquered them, but their captain, who also is named Rezu and whom they held and hold to be an emanation of the god himself walking the earth, I could not conquer. Why not? I asked. For this reason, Allan. In some past ages God showed him the same secret that was shown to me. He too had drunk of the cup of life and lives on unharmed by time, so that being in strength my equal, no spear of mine can reach his heart clad in the armor of his evil god. Then what spear can? I inquired helplessly, who was bewildered. None at all, Allan, yet an axe may, as you shall hear, or so I think. For many generations there has been peace of a sort between the worshippers of Lulala who dwell with me in the plain of Kor, or rather of myself, since to these people I am Lulala, and the worshippers of Rezu, who dwell in the strongholds beyond the mountain crest. But of late years their chief Rezu, having devastated the lands about, has grown restless and threatened attack on Kor, which is not strong enough to stand against him. Moreover he has sought for a white queen to rule under him, purposing to set her up to mock my majesty. Is that why those cannibals carried away the daughter of my companion, the sea captain who is named Avenger? I asked. It is, Allan, since presently he will give it out that I am dead or fled, if he has not done so already, and that this new queen has arisen in my place. Thereby he hopes to draw away many who cling to me ere he advances upon Kor, carrying with him this girl veiled as I am, so that none may know the difference between us, since not a man of them has ever looked upon my face, Allan. Therefore this Rezu must die, if die he can, otherwise, although it is impossible that he should harm me, he may slay or draw away my people and leave me with none to rule in this place where by the decree of fate I must dwell on until he whom I seek returns. You are thinking in your heart that such savages would be little loss, and this is so, but still they serve as slaves to me in my loneliness. Moreover I have sworn to protect them from the demon Rezu, and they have trusted in me, and therefore my honor is at stake, for never shall it be said that those who trusted in she who commands, were overthrown because they put faith in one who was powerless. What do you mean about an axe, Ayesha? I asked. Why can an axe alone kill Rezu? The thing is a mystery, O Allan, of which I may not tell you all, since to do so I must reveal secrets which I have determined you shall not learn. Suffice it to you to know that when this Rezu drank of the cup of life he took with him his axe. Now this axe was an ancient weapon rumored to have been fashioned by the gods, and, as it chanced, that axe drew to itself more and stronger life than did Rezu. How, it does not matter, if indeed the tale be more than a fable. At least this I know is true, for he who guarded the gate of life, a certain Newt, a master of mysteries, and mine also in my day of youth, who being a philosopher and very wise, chose never to pass that portal which was open to him, said it to me himself ere he went the way of flesh. He told this Rezu also that now he had naught to fear save his own axe, and therefore he counselled him to guard it well, since if it was lifted against him in another's hands it would bring him down to death, which nothing else could do. Like to the heel of Achilles whereof the great Homer sings, have you read Homer, Allan? In a translation, I answered. Good, then you will remember the story. Like to the heel of Achilles, I say, that axe would be the only gate by which death could enter his invulnerable flesh, or rather it alone could make the gate. How did Newt know that? I asked. I cannot say, she answered with irritation. Perchance he did not know it. Perchance it is all an idle tale, but at least it is true that Rezu believed and believes it, and what a man believes is true for him and will certainly befall. If it were otherwise, what is the use of faith which in 1,000 forms supports our race and holds it from the horrors of the pit? Only those who believe nothing inherit what they believe nothing, Allan. It may be so, I replied prosaically, but what happened about the axe? In the end it was lost, or as some say stolen by a woman whom Rezu had deserted, and therefore he walks the world in fear from day to day. Nay, ask no more empty questions, I had opened my mouth to speak, but hear the end of the tale. In my trouble concerning Rezu I remembered this wild legend of the axe, and since, when lost in a forest every path that may lead to safety should be explored, I sent my wisdom forth to make inquiry concerning it, as I who am great, have the power to do, of certain who are in tune with me throughout this wide land of Africa. Amongst others, I inquired of that old wizard whom you named Zikali, opener of roads, and he gave me an answer that there lived in his land a certain warrior who ruled a tribe called the people of the axe by right of the axe, of which axe none, not even he, knew the beginning or the legend. On the chance, though it was a small one, I bade the wizard send that warrior here with his axe. Last night he stood before me and I looked upon him and the axe, which at least is ancient and has a story. Whether it be the same that Rezu bore I do not know, who never saw it, yet perchance he who bears it now is prepared to hold it aloft in battle even against Rezu, though he be terrible to see, and then we shall learn. Oh! Yes, I answered, he is quite prepared, for that is his nature. Also among this man's people, the holder of the axe is thought to be unconquerable. Yet some must have been conquered who held it, she replied musingly. Well, you shall tell me that tale later. Now we have talked long and you are weary and astonished. Go, eat and rest yourself. Tonight when the moon rises I will come to where you are, not before, for I have much that must be done, and show you those with whom you must fight against Rezu, and make a plan of battle. But I do not want to fight, I answered, who have fought enough and came here to seek wisdom, not bloodshed. First the sacrifice, then the reward, she answered, that is if any are left to be rewarded. Farewell. 15. Robertson is Lost. So I went and was conducted by Bilali, the old chamberlain, for such seemed to be his office, who had been waiting patiently without all this while, back to our rest house. On my way I picked up Hans, whom I found sitting outside the arch, and found that as usual that worthy had been keeping his eyes and ears open. Bars, he said, did the White Witch tell you that there is a big impi encamped over yonder outside the houses, in what looks like a great dry ditch, and on the edge of the plain beyond? No, Hans, but she said that this evening she would show us those in whose company we must fight. Well, Bars, they are there, some thousands of them, for I crept through the broken walls like a snake and saw them. And, Bars, I do not think they are men, I think that they are evil spirits who walk at night only. Why, Hans? Because when the sun is high, Bars, as it is now, they are all sleeping. Yes, there they lie abed, fast asleep, as other people do at night, with only a few sentries out on guard, and these are yawning and rubbing their eyes. I have heard that there are folk like that in the middle of Africa where the sun is very hot, Hans, I answered, which perhaps is why she who commands is going to take us to see them at night. Also these people, it seems, are worshippers of the moon. No, Bars, they are worshippers of the devil and that White Witch is his wife. You had better keep your thoughts to yourself, Hans, for whatever she is I think that she can read thoughts from far away, as you guessed last night. Therefore I would not have any if I were you. No, Bars, or if I must think, henceforth, it shall be only of Jinn, which in this place is also far away, he replied, grinning. Then we came to the rest house where I found that Robertson had already eaten his midday meal and like the Haggard gone to sleep, while apparently Umslopogaas had done the same, at least I saw nothing of him. Of this I was glad, since that wondrous Ayesha seemed to draw vitality out of me and after my long talk with her I felt very tired. So I too ate and then went to lie down under an old wall in the shade at a little distance, and to reflect upon the marvelous things that I had heard. Here be it said at once that I believed nothing of them, or at least very little indeed. All the involved tale of Ayesha's long life I dismissed at once as incredible. Clearly she was some beautiful woman who was more or less mad and suffered from megalomania, probably an Arab, who had wandered to this place for reasons of her own, and become the chieftainess of a savage tribe whose traditions she had absorbed and reproduced as personal experiences, again for reasons of her own. For the rest, she was now threatened by another tribe and knowing that we had guns and could fight from what happened on the yesterday, wished naturally enough for our assistance in the coming battle. As for the marvelous chief Rezu, or rather for his supernatural attributes and all the cock and bull story about an axe, well, it was humbug like the rest, and if she believed in it she must be more foolish than I took her to be even if she were unhinged on certain points. For the rest, her information about myself and Umslopogaas doubtless had reached her from Zikali in some obscure fashion, as she herself acknowledged. But heavens! How beautiful she was! That flash of loveliness when out of pique or coquetry she lifted her veil, blinded like the lightning. But thank goodness, also like the lightning it frightened. Instinctively one felt that it was very dangerous, even to death, and with it I for one wished no closer acquaintance. Fire may be lovely and attractive, also comforting at a proper distance, but he who sits on the top of it is cremated, as many a moth has found. So I argued, knowing well enough all the while that if this particular human or inhuman fire desired to make an holocaust of me, it could do so easily enough, and that in reality I owed my safety so far to a lack of that desire on its part. The glorious Ayesha saw nothing to attract her in an insignificant and withered hunter, or at any rate in his exterior, though with his mind she might find some small affinity. Moreover, to make a fool of him just for the fun of it would not serve her purpose, since she needed his assistance in a business that necessitated clear wits and unprejudiced judgment. Lastly, she had declared herself to be absorbed in some tiresome complication with another man, of which it was rather difficult to follow the details. It is true that she described him as a handsome but somewhat empty-headed person whom she had last seen 2,000 years ago, but probably this only meant that she thought poorly of him because he had preferred some other woman to herself, while the 2,000 years were added to the tale to give it atmosphere. The worst of scandals becomes romantic and even respectable in 2,000 years, witness that of Cleopatra with Caesar, Mark Antony and other gentlemen. The most virtuous read of Cleopatra with sympathy, even in boarding schools, and it is felt that were she by some miracle to be blotted out of the book of history, the loss would be enormous. The same applied to Helen, Phryne, and other bad lots. In fact, now that one comes to think of it, most of the attractive personages in history, male or female, especially the latter, were bad lots. When we find someone to whose name is added the good we skip. No doubt Ayesha, being very clever, appreciated this regrettable truth, and therefore moved her murky entanglements of the past decade or so back for a couple of thousand years, as many of us would like to do. There remained the very curious circumstance of her apparent correspondence with old Zikali who lived far away. This, however, after all was not inexplicable. In the course of a great deal of experience I have observed that all the witch-doctor family, to which doubtless she belonged, have strange means of communication. In most instances these are no doubt physical, carried on by help of messengers, or messages passed from one to the other. But sometimes it is reasonable to assume what is known as telepathy, as their link of intercourse. Between two such highly developed experts as Ayesha and Zikali, it might for the sake of argument safely be supposed that it was thus they learned each other's mind and cooperated in each other's projects, though perhaps this end was effected by commoner methods. Whatever its interpretations, the issue of the business seemed to be that I was to be let in for more fighting. Well, in any case this could not be avoided, since Robertson's daughter, Inez, had to be saved at all costs, if it could possibly be done, even if we lost our lives in the attempt. Therefore fight we must, so there was nothing more to be said. Also without doubt this adventure was particularly interesting and I could only hope that good luck, or Zikali's great medicine, or rather providence, would see me through it safely. For the rest, the fact that our help was necessary to her in this warlike venture showed me clearly enough that all this wonderful woman's pretensions to supernatural powers were the sheerest nonsense. Had they been otherwise she would not have needed our help in her tribal fights, notwithstanding the rubbish she talked about the chief, Rezu, who according to her account of him, must resemble one of the fabulous trolls, half-human and half-ghostly evil creatures, of whom I have read in the Norse sagas, who could only be slain by some particular hero armed with a particular weapon. Reflecting thus I went to sleep and did not wake until the sun was setting. Finding that Hans was also sleeping at my feet just like a faithful dog, I woke him up and we went back together to the rest house, which we reached as the darkness fell with extraordinary swiftness, as it does in those latitudes, especially in a place surrounded by cliffs. Not finding Robertson in the house, I concluded that he was somewhere outside, possibly making a reconnaissance on his own account, and told Hans to get supper ready for both of us. While he was doing so, by aid of the Haggard lamps, Umslopogaas suddenly appeared in the circle of light, and looking about him, said, "Where is Redbeard, Macumazahn?" I answered that I did not know and waited, for I felt sure that he had something to say. "I think that you had better keep Redbeard close to you, Macumazahn," he went on. "This afternoon, when you had returned from visiting the White Doctoress and having eaten, had gone to sleep under the wall yonder, I saw Redbeard come out of the house carrying a gun and a bag of cartridges. His eyes rolled wildly and he turned first this way and then that, sniffing at the air, like a buck that scents danger. Then he began to talk aloud in his own tongue, and as I saw that he was speaking with his spirit, as those do who are mad, I went away and left him." "Why?" I asked. "Because, as you know, Macumazahn, it is a law among us Zulus never to disturb one who is mad and engaged in talking with his spirit. Moreover, had I done so, probably he would have shot me, nor should I have complained who would have thrust myself in where I had no right to be." "Then why did you not come to call me, Umslopogaas?" "Because then he might have shot you, for, as I have seen for some time, he is inspired of heaven and knows not what he does upon the earth, thinking only of the Lady Sad Eyes who has been stolen away from him, as is but natural. So I left him walking up and down, and when I returned later to look, saw that he was gone, as I thought, into this walled hut. Now when Hansi tells me that he is not here, I have come to speak to you about him." "No, certainly he is not here," I said, and I went to look at the bed where Robertson slept to see if it had been used that evening. Then for the first time I saw lying on it a piece of paper torn from a pocketbook and addressed to myself. I seized and read it. It ran thus: "The merciful Lord has sent me a vision of Inez and shown me where she is over the cliff edge away to the west, also the road to her. In my sleep I heard her talking to me. She told me that she is in great danger, that they are going to marry her to some brute, and called to me to come at once and save her, yes, and to come alone without saying anything to anyone. So I am going at once. Don't be frightened or trouble about me. All will be well, all will be quite well. I will tell you the rest when we meet." Horror-struck, I translated this insane screed to Umslopogaas and Hans. The former nodded gravely. "Did I not tell you that he was talking with his spirit, Macumazahn? I had rendered the merciful Lord as the good spirit. Well, he has gone, and doubtless his spirit will take care of him. It is finished." "At any rate we cannot, Bars," broke in Hans, who I think feared that I might send him out to look for Robertson. "I can follow most spoors, but not on such a night as this, when one could cut the blackness into lumps and build a wall of it." "Yes," I answered, "he has gone and nothing can be done at present," though to myself I reflected that probably he had not gone far and would be found when the moon rose, or at any rate on the following morning. Still I was most uneasy about the man who, as I had noted for a long while, was losing his balance more and more. The shock of the barbarous and dreadful slaughter of his half-breed children and of the abduction of Inez by these grim, man-eating savages began the business, and I think that it was increased and accentuated by his sudden conversion to complete temperance after years of heavy drinking. When I persuaded him to this course I was very proud of myself, thinking that I had done a clever thing, but now I was not so sure. Perhaps it would have been better if he had continued to drink something, at any rate for a while, but the trouble is that in such cases there is generally no halfway house. A man, or still more a woman, given to this frailty either turns aggressively sober or remains very drunken. At any rate, even if I had made a mess of it, I had acted for the best and could not blame myself. For the rest, it was clear that in his new phase the religious associations of his youth had reasserted themselves with remarkable vigor, for I gathered that he had been brought up almost as a Calvinist, and in the rush of their return, had overset his equilibrium. As I have said, he prayed night and day without any of those reserves which most people prefer in their religious exercises, and when he talked of matters outside our quest, his conversation generally revolved round the devil, or hell and its torments, which, to say the truth, did not make him a cheerful companion. Indeed, in this respect I liked him much better in his old, unregenerate days, being, I fear, myself a somewhat worldly soul. Well, the sum of it was that the poor fellow had gone mad and given us the slip, and as Hans said, to search for him at once in that darkness was impossible. Indeed, even if it had been lighter, I do not think that it would have been safe among these Amahagger nightbirds whom I did not trust. Certainly I could not have asked Hans to undertake the task, and if I had, I do not think he would have gone since he was afraid of the Amahagger. Therefore there was nothing to be done except wait and hope for the best. So I waited till at last the moon came, and with it Ayesha, as she had promised. Clad in a rich, dark cloak she arrived in some pomp, heralded by Bilali, followed by women, also cloaked, and surrounded by a guard of tall spearmen. I was seated outside the house, smoking, when suddenly she arrived from the shadows and stood before me. I rose respectfully and bowed, while Umslopogaas, Goroko and the other Zulus who were with me, gave her the royal salute, and Hans cringed like a dog that is afraid of being kicked. After a swift glance at them, as I guessed by the motion of her veiled head, she seemed to fix her gaze upon my pipe that evidently excited her curiosity, and asked me what it was. I explained as well as I could, expatiating on the charms of smoking. So men have learned another useless vice since I left the world, and one that is filthy also, she said, sniffing at the smoke and waving her hand before her face, whereon I dropped the pipe into my pocket, where, being alight, it burnt a hole in my best remaining coat. I remember the remark because it showed me what a clever actress she was who, to keep up her character of antiquity, pretended to be astonished at a habit with which she must have been well acquainted, although I believe that it was unknown in the ancient world. You are troubled, she went on, swiftly changing the subject. I read it in your face. One of your company is missing. Who is it? Ah. I see, the white man you name Avenger. Where is he gone? That is what I wish to ask you, Ayesha, I said. How can I tell you, Allan, who in this place lack any glass into which to look for things that pass afar? Still, let me try, and pressing her hands to her forehead, she remained silent for perhaps a minute, then spoke slowly. I think that he has gone over the mountain lip towards the worshippers of Rezu. I think that he is mad, sorrow and something else which I do not understand have turned his brain, something that has to do with the heavens. I think also that we shall recover him living, if only for a little while, though of this I cannot be sure since it is not given to me to read the future, but only the past, and sometimes the things that happen in the present though they be far away. Will you send to search for him, O Ayesha? I asked anxiously. Nay, it is useless, for he is already distant. Moreover, those who went might be taken by the outposts of Rezu, as perchance has happened to your companion wandering in his madness. Do you know what he went to seek? More or less, I answered and translated to her the letter that Robertson had left for me. It may be as the man writes, she commented, since the mad often see well in their dreams, though these are not sent by a god as he imagines. The mind in its secret places knows all things, O Allan, although it seems to know little or nothing, and when the breath of vision or the fury of a soul distraught blows away the veils or burns through the gates of distance, then for a while it sees and learns, since, whatever fools may think, often madness is true wisdom. Now follow me with the little yellow man and the warrior of the axe. Stay, let me look upon that axe. I interpreted her wish to Umslopogaas, who held it out to her but refused to loose it from his wrist to which it was attached by the leathern thong. Does the black one think that I shall cut him down with his own weapon, I who am so weak and gentle? She asked, laughing. Nay, Ayesha, but it is his law not to part with this drinker of lives, which he names chieftainess and groan-maker, and clings to closer by day and night than a man does to his wife. There he is wise, Allan, since a savage captain may get more wives but never such another axe. The thing is ancient, she added musingly after examining its every detail, and who knows? It may be that whereof the legend tells which is fated to bring Rezu to the dust. Now ask this fierce-eyed slayer whether, armed with his axe, he can find courage to face the most terrible of all men and the strongest, one who is a wizard also, of whom it is prophesied that only by such an axe as this can he be made to bite the dust. I obeyed. Umslopogaas laughed grimly and answered, "Say to the White Witch that there is no man living upon the earth whom I would not face in war, I who have never been conquered in fair fight, though once a chance blow brought me to the doors of death," and he touched the great hole in his forehead. "Say to her also that I have no fear of defeat, I from whom doom is, as I think, still far away, though the opener of roads has told me that among a strange people I shall die in war at last, as I desire to do, who from my boyhood have lived in war." "He speaks well," she answered with a note of admiration in her voice. "By Isis, were he but white I would set him to rule these Amahagger under me. Tell him, Allan, that if he lays Rezu low he shall have a great reward. And tell the White Witch, Macumazahn," Umslopogaas replied when I had translated, "that I seek no reward, save glory only, and with it the sight of one who is lost to me but with whom my heart still dwells, if indeed this witch has strength to break the wall of blackness that is built between me and her who is gone down." Strange, reflected Ayesha when she understood, that this grim destroyer should yet be bound by the silken bonds of love and yearn for one whom the grave has taken. "Learn from it, Allan, that all humanity is cast in the same mold, since my longings and your longings are his also, though the three of us be far apart as are the sun and the moon and the earth, and as different in every other quality. Yet it is true that sun and moon and earth are born of the same black womb of chaos. Therefore in the beginning they were identical, as doubtless they will be in the end when, their journeyings done, they rush together to light space with a flame at which the mocking gods that made them may warm their hands. Well, so it is with men, Allan, whose soul stuff is drawn from the gulf of spirit by nature's hand, and, cast upon the cold air of this death-driven world, freezes into a million shapes each different to the other and yet, be sure, the same. Now talk no more, but follow me." "Slave," this was addressed to Bilali, "bid the guards lead on to the camp of the servants of Lulala." So we went through the silent ruins. Ayesha walked, or rather glided a pace or two ahead, then came Umslopogaas and I side by side, while at our heels followed Hans, very close at our heels since he did not wish to be out of reach of the virtue of the great medicine and incidentally of the protection of axe and rifle. Thus we marched surrounded by the solemn guard for something between a quarter and half a mile, till at length we climbed the debris of a mighty wall that once had encompassed the city, and by the moonlight saw beneath us a vast hollow which clearly at some unknown time had been the bed of an enormous moat and filled with water. Now, however, it was dry and all about its surface were dotted numerous campfires round which men were moving, also some women who appeared to be engaged in cooking food. At a little distance too, upon the further edge of the moat-like depression were a number of white-robed individuals gathered in a circle about a large stone upon which something was stretched that resembled the carcass of a sheep or goat, and round these a great number of spectators. "The priests of Lulala who make sacrifice to the moon, as they do night by night, save when she is dead," said Ayesha, turning back towards me as though in answer to the query which I had conceived but left unuttered. What struck me about the whole scene was its extraordinary animation and briskness. All the folk round the fires and outside of them moved about quickly and with the same kind of liveliness which might animate a camp of more natural people at the rising of the sun. It was as though they had just got up full of vigor to commence their daily, or rather their nightly round, which in truth was the case, since as Hans discovered, by habitude these Amahagger preferred to sleep during the day unless something prevented them, and to carry on the activities of life at night. It only remains to add that there seemed to be a great number of them, for their fires following the round of the dry moat, stretched further than I could see. Scrambling down the crumpled wall by a zigzag pathway, we came upon the outposts of the army beneath us who challenged, then seeing with whom they had to do, fell flat upon their faces, leaving their great spears, which had iron spikes on their shafts like to those of the Masai, sticking in the ground beside them. We passed on between some of the fires and I noted how solemn and gloomy, although handsome, were the countenances of the folk by whom these were surrounded. Indeed, they looked like denizens of a different world to ours, one alien to the kindly race of men. There was nothing social about these Amahagger, who seemed to be a people laboring under some ancient ancestral curse of which they could never shake off the memory. Even the women rarely smiled, their clear-cut, stately countenances remained stern and set, except when they glowered at us incuriously. Only when Ayesha passed they prostrated themselves like the rest. We went on through them and across the moat, climbing its further slope, and here suddenly came upon a host of men gathered in a hollow square, apparently in order to receive us. They stood in ranks of 5 or 6 deep, and their spear points glimmering in the moonlight looked like long bands of level steel. As we entered the open side of the square, all these spears were lifted. Thrice they were lifted, and at each uplifting there rose a deep-throated cry of Haya, which is the Arabic for she, and I suppose was a salutation to Ayesha. She swept on, taking no heed, till we came to the center of the square, where a number of men were gathered who prostrated themselves in the usual fashion. Motioning to them to rise, she said, "Captains, this very night within 2 hours we march against Rezu and the sun worshippers, since otherwise, as my arts tell me, they march against us. She who commands is immortal, as your fathers have known from generation to generation, and cannot be destroyed, but you, her servants, can be destroyed, and Rezu, who also has drunk of the cup of life, outnumbers you by 3 to 1 and prepares a queen to set up in my place over his own people and such of you as remain. As though," she added with a contemptuous laugh, "any woman of a day could take my place." She paused, and the spokesman of the captain said, "We hear, O Haya, and we understand. What wouldst thou have us do, O Lulala, come to earth? The armies of Rezu are great, and from the beginning he has hated thee and us, also his magic is as thy magic and his length of days as thy length of days. How then can we who are few, 3,000 men at the most, match ourselves against Rezu, son of the sun? Would it not be better that we should accept the terms of Rezu, which are light, and acknowledge him as our king?" As she heard these words I saw the tall shape of Ayesha quiver beneath her robes, as I think, not with fear but with rage, because the meaning of them was clear enough, namely that rather than risk a battle with Rezu, these people were contemplating surrender and her own deposition, if indeed she could be deposed. Still she answered in a quiet voice, "It seems that I have dealt too gently with you and with your fathers, children of Lulala, whose shadow I am here upon the earth, so that because you only see the scabbard, you have forgotten the sword within and that it can shine forth and smite. Well, why should I be wroth because the brutish will follow the law of brutes, though it be true that I am minded to slay you where you stand? Hearken. Were I less merciful I would leave you to the clutching hands of Rezu, who would drag you one by one to the stone of sacrifice and there offer up your hearts to his god of fire and devour your bodies with his heat. But I bethink me of your wives and children and of your forefathers whom I knew in the dead days, and therefore, if I may, I still would save you from yourselves and your heads from the glowing pot. Take counsel together now and say, will you fight against Rezu, or will you yield? If that is your desire, speak it, and by tomorrow's sun I will begone, taking these with me," and she pointed to us, "whom I have summoned to help us in the war. I will begone, and when you are stretched upon the stone of sacrifice, and your women and children are the slaves of the men of Rezu, then shall you cry, 'Oh, where is Haya whom our fathers knew? Oh, will she not return and save us from this hell?' Yes, so shall you cry, but there shall come no answer, since then she will have departed to her own habitations in the moon and thence appear no more. Now consult together and answer swiftly, since I weary of you and your ways." The captains drew apart and began to talk in low voices, while Ayesha stood still, apparently quite unconcerned, and I considered the situation. It was obvious to me that these people were almost in rebellion against their strange ruler, whose power over them was of a purely moral nature, one that emanated from her personality alone. What I wondered was, being what she seemed to be, why she thought it worthwhile to exercise it at all. Then I remembered her statement that here and nowhere else she must abide for some secret reason, until a certain mystical gentleman with a Greek name came to fetch her away from this appointed rendezvous. Therefore I supposed she had no choice, or rather, suffering as she did from hallucinations, believed herself to have no choice and was obliged to put up with a crowd of disagreeable savages in quarters which were sadly out of repair. Presently the spokesman returned, saluted with his spear, and asked, "If we go up to fight against Rezu, who will lead us in the battle, O higher? My wisdom shall be your guide, she answered. This white man shall be your general, and there stands the warrior who shall meet Rezu face to face and bring him to the dust. And she pointed to Umslopogaas leaning upon his axe and watching them with a contemptuous smile. This reply did not seem to please the man, for he withdrew to consult again with his companions. After a debate which I suppose was animated for the Haggard, men of few words who did not indulge in oratory, all of them advanced on us, and the spokesman said, "The choice of a general does not please us, higher. We know that the white man is brave because of the fight he made against the men of Rezu over the mountain yonder, also that he and his followers have weapons that deal death from afar. But there is a prophecy among us of which none know the beginning, that he who commands in the last great battle between Lulala and Rezu must produce before the eyes of the people of Lulala a certain holy thing, a charm of power, without which defeat will be the portion of Lulala. Of this holy thing, this spirit-haunted shape of power, we know the likeness and the fashion, for these have come down among our priests, though who told it to them we cannot tell, but of it I will say this only, that it speaks both of the spirit and the body, of man and yet of more than man. And if this wondrous charm, this talisman of might, cannot be shown by the White Lord here, what then?" asked Ayesha coldly. "Then, higher, this is the word of the people of Lulala, that we will not serve under him in the battle, and this also is their word, that we will not go up against Rezu. That thou art mighty we know well, higher, also that thou canst slay if thou wilt, but we know also that Rezu is mightier, and that against him thou hast no power. Therefore kill us if thou dost so desire, until thy heart is satisfied with death. For it is better that we should perish thus than upon the altar of sacrifice wearing the red-hot crowns of Rezu." "So say we all," exclaimed the rest of the company when he had finished. "The thought comes to me to begin to satisfy my heart with thy coward blood and that of thy companions," said Ayesha contemptuously. Then she paused and turning to me, added, "O watcher by night, what counsel? Is there aught that will convince these chicken-hearted ones over whom I have spread my feathers for so long?" I shook my head blankly, whereat they murmured together and made as though they would go. Then it was that Hans, who understood something of Arabic as he did of most African tongues, pulled my sleeve and whispered in my ear, "The great medicine, bars. Show them Zikali's great medicine." Here was an idea. The description of the article required, a spirit-haunted shape of power that spoke both of the spirit and the body of man and yet of more than man, was so vague that it might mean anything or nothing. And yet, I turned to Ayesha and prayed her to ask them if what they wanted should be produced, whether they would follow me bravely and fight Rezu to the death. She did so, and with one voice they replied, "Aye, bravely and to the death, him and the bearer of the axe of whom also our legend tells." Then with deliberation I opened my shirt and holding out the image of Zikali as far as the chain of elephant hair would allow, I asked, "Is this the holy thing, the charm of power, of which your legend tells, O people of the Haggard and worshippers of Lulala?" The spokesman glanced at it, then snatching a brand from a watchfire that burnt nearby held it over the carving and stared again, and as he did, so did the others bending over him. "Dog! Would you singe my beard?" I cried in affected rage, and seizing the brand from his hand I smote him with it over the head. But he took no heed of the affront which I had offered to him merely to assert my authority. Still for a few moments he stared, although the sparks from the wood were frizzling in his greasy hair, then of a sudden went down on his face before me, as did all the others, and cried out, "It is the holy thing! It is the spirit-haunted shape of power itself, and we the worshippers of Lulala will follow thee to the death, O White Lord, watcher by night. Yes, where thou goest and he goes who bears the axe, thither will we follow till not one of us is left upon his feet." "Then that's settled," I said, yawning, "since it is never wise to show concern about anything before savages. Indeed, personally I had no wish to be the leader of this very peculiar tribe in an adventure of which I knew nothing, and therefore had hoped that they would leave that honor to someone else." Then I turned and told Umslopogaas what had passed, a tale at which he only shrugged his great shoulders, handling his axe as though he were minded to try its edge upon some of these dark lovers, as he named the Amahagger people because of their nocturnal habits. Meanwhile Ayesha gave certain orders. Then she came to me and said, "These men march at once, 3,000 strong, and by dawn will camp on the northern mountain crest. At sunrise litters will come to bear you and those with you if they will, to join them, which you should do by midday. In the afternoon marshal them as you think wise, for the battle will take place in the small hours of the following morning, since the people of Lulala only fight at night." I have said, "Do you not come with us?" I asked, dismayed. "Nay, not in a war against Rezu, why it matters not. Yet my spirit will go with you, for I shall watch all that passes, how it matters not, and perchance you may see it there, I know not. On the third day from tomorrow we shall meet again in the flesh or beyond it, but as I think in the flesh, and you can claim the reward which you journeyed here to seek. A place shall be prepared for the white lady whom Rezu would have set up as a rival queen to me. Farewell, and farewell also to yonder bearer of the axe that shall drink the blood of Rezu, also to the little yellow man who is rightly named Light in Darkness, as you shall learn ere all is done." Then before I could speak she turned and glided away, swiftly surrounded by her guards, leaving me astonished and very uncomfortable. 16. Allan's Vision. The old chamberlain, Bilali, conducted us back to our camp. As we went he discoursed to me of these Amahagger, of whom it seemed he was himself a developed specimen, one who threw back, perhaps tens of generations, to some superior ancestor who lived before they became debased. In substance he told me that they were a wild and lawless lot who lived amongst ruins or in caves, or some of them in swamp dwellings, in small separate communities, each governed by its petty headman who was generally a priest of their goddess Lulala. Originally they and the people of Rezu were the same, in times when they worshipped the sun and the moon jointly, but thousands of years ago, as he expressed it, they had separated, the Rezuites having gone to dwell to the north of the great mountain, whence they continually threatened the Lulalates whom, had it not been for she who commands, they would have destroyed long before. The Rezuites, it seemed, were habitual cannibals, whereas the Lulalate branch of the Amahagger only practiced cannibalism occasionally when by a lucky chance they got hold of strangers. Such as yourself, watcher by night, and your companions, he added with meaning. If their crime were discovered, however, higher, she who commands, punished it by death. I asked if she exercised an active rule over these people. He answered that she did not, as she lacked sufficient interest in them. Only when she was angry with individuals she would destroy some of them by her arts, as she had power to do if she chose. Most of them indeed had never seen her and only knew of her existence by rumor. To them she was a spirit or a goddess who inhabited the ancient tombs that lay to the south of the old city whither she had come because of the threatened war with Rezu, whom alone she feared, he did not know why. He told me again, moreover, that she was the greatest magician who had ever been, and that it was certain she did not die, since their forefathers knew her generations ago. Still she seemed to be under some curse, like the Amahagger themselves, who were the descendants of those who had once inhabited Kor and the country round it, as far as the sea-coast and for hundreds of miles inland, having been a mighty people in their day before a great plague destroyed them. For the rest he thought that she was a very unhappy woman who lived with her own soul mourning the dead and consorting with none upon the earth. I asked him why she stayed here, whereat he shook his head and replied, he supposed because of the curse, since he could conceive of no other reason. He informed me also that her moods varied very much. Sometimes she was fierce and active and at others by comparison mild and low-spirited. Just now she was passing through one of the latter stages, perhaps because of the Rezu trouble, for she did not wish her people to be destroyed by this terrible person, or perhaps for some other reason with which he was not acquainted. When she chose, she knew all things, except the distant future. Thus she knew that we were coming, also the details of our march and that we should be attacked by the Rezuites who were going out to meet their returning company that had been sent afar to find a white queen. Therefore she had ordered him to go with soldiers to our assistance. I asked why she went veiled, and he replied, because of her beauty which drove even savage men mad, so that in old days she had been obliged to kill a number of them. That was all he seemed to know about her, except that she was kind to those who served her well, like himself, and protected them from evil of every sort. Then I asked him about Rezu. He answered that he was a dreadful person, undying, it was said, like she who commands, though he had never seen the man himself and never wanted to do so. His followers, being cannibals and having literally eaten up all those that they could reach, were now desirous of conquering the people of Lulala that they might eat them also at their leisure. Each other they did not eat, because dog does not eat dog, and therefore they were beginning to grow hungry, although they had plenty of grain and cattle of which they used the milk and hides. As for the coming battle, he knew nothing about it or what would happen, save that she who commands said that it would go well for the Lulalates under my direction. She was so sure that it would go well, that she did not think it worth while to accompany the army, for she hated noise and bloodshed. It occurred to me that perhaps she was afraid that she too would be taken captive and eaten, but I kept my reflection to myself. Just then we arrived at our camp house, where Bilali bade me farewell, saying that he wished to rest as he must be back at dawn with litters, when he hoped to find us ready to start. Then he departed. Umslopogaas and Hans also went away to sleep, leaving me alone who, having taken my repose in the afternoon, did not feel drowsy at the moment. So lovely was the night indeed that I made up my mind to take a little walk during the midnight hours, after the manner of the Amahagga themselves, for having now been recognized as generalissimo of their forces, I had little fear of being attacked, especially as I carried a pistol in my pocket. So off I set, strolling slowly down what seemed to have been a main street of the ancient city, which in its general appearance resembled excavated Pompeii, only on an infinitely larger scale. As I went I meditated on the strange circumstances in which I found myself. Really they tempted me to believe that I was suffering from delusions and perhaps all the while in fact lay stretched upon a bed in the delirium of fever. That marvelous woman, for instance, even rejecting her tale of miraculously extended life, which I did, what was I to make of her? I did not know, except that wondrous as she was, it remained clear that she claimed a great deal more power than she possessed. This was evident from her tone in the interview with the captains, and from the fact that she had shuffled off the command of her tribe onto my shoulders. If she was so mighty, why did she not command it herself and bring her celestial, or infernal, powers to bear upon the enemy? Again, I could not say, but one fact emerged, namely that she was as interesting as she was beautiful, and uncommonly clever into the bargain. But what a task was this that she had laid upon me, to lead into battle, with a foe of unascertained strength, a mob of savages probably quite undisciplined, of whose fighting qualities I knew nothing and whom I had no opportunity of organizing. The affair seemed madness, and I could only hope that luck or destiny would take me through somehow. To tell the truth, I believed it would, for I had grown almost as superstitious about Zikali and his great medicine as was Hans himself. Certainly the effect of it upon those captains was very odd, or would have been had not the explanation come to me in a flash. On the first night of our meeting, as I have described, I showed this talisman to Ayesha, as a kind of letter of credentials, and now I could see that it was she who had arranged all the scene with the captains, or their tribal magician, in order to get her way about my appointment to the command. Everything about her conduct bore this out, even her feigning ignorance of the existence of the charm and the leaving of it to Hans to suggest its production, which perhaps she did by influencing his mind subconsciously. No doubt more or less it fitted in with one of those nebulous traditions which are so common amongst ancient savage races, and therefore once shown to her confederate, or confederates, would be accepted by the common people as a holy sign, after which the rest was easy. Such an obvious explanation involved the death of any illusions I might still cherish about this Arab lady, Ayesha, and it is true that I parted with them with regret, as we all do when we think we have discovered something wonderful in the female line. But there it was, and to bother any more about her, her history and aims, seemed useless. So dismissing her and all present anxieties from my mind, I began to look about me and to wonder at the marvelous scene which unfolded itself before me in the moonlight. That I might see it better, although I was rather afraid of snakes which might hide among the stones, By an easy ascent I climbed a mount of ruins and up the broad slope of a tumbled massive wall, which from its thickness I judged must have been that of some fort or temple. On the crest of this wall, some 70 or 80 feet above the level of the streets, I sat down and looked about me. Everywhere around me stretched the ruins of the great city, now as fallen and as deserted as Babylon herself. The majestic loneliness of the place was something awful. Even the vision of companies and battalions of men crossing the plain towards the north with the moonlight glistening on their spear points, did little to lessen this sense of loneliness. I knew that these were the regiments which I was destined to command, traveling to the camp where I must meet them. But in such silence did they move that no sound came from them even in the deathly stillness of the perfect night, so that almost I was tempted to believe them to be the shadow ghosts of some army of old corps. They vanished, and musing thus I think I must have dozed. At any rate it seemed to me that of a sudden the city was as it had been in the days of its glory. I saw it brilliant with 100 colors, everywhere was color, on the painted walls and roofs, the flowering trees that lined the streets and the bright dresses of the men and women who by thousands crowded them and the marts and squares. Even the chariots that moved to and fro were colored as were the countless banners which floated from palace walls and temple tops. The enormous place teemed with every activity of life, brides being born to marriage and dead men to burial, squadrons marching, clad in glittering armor, merchants chaffering, white-robed priests and priestesses passing in procession. Who or what did they worship? I wondered, children breaking out of school, grave philosophers debating in the shadow of a cool arcade, a royal person making a progress preceded by runners and surrounded by slaves, and lastly the multitudes of citizens going about the daily business of life. Even details were visible, such as those of officers of the law chasing an escaped prisoner who had a broken rope tied to his arm, and a collision between two chariots in a narrow street, about the wrecks of which an idle mob gathered as it does today if two vehicles collide, while the owners argued, gesticulating angrily, and the police and grooms tried to lift a fallen horse onto its feet. Only no sound of the argument or of anything else reached me. I saw, and that was all. The silence remained intense, as well it might do, since those chariots must have come to grief thousands upon thousands of years ago. A cloud seemed to pass before my eyes, a thin, gauzy cloud which somehow reminded me of the veil that Ayesha wore. Indeed at the moment, although I could not see her, I would have sworn that she was present at my side, and what is more, that she was mocking me who had set her down as so impotent a trickstress, which doubtless was part of the dream. At any rate I returned to my normal state, and there about me were the miles of desolate streets and the thousands of broken walls, and the black blots of roofless houses and the wide, untenanted plain bounded by the battlemented line of encircling mountain crests, and above all, the great moon shining softly in a tender sky. I looked and thrilled, though oppressed by the drear and desolate beauty of the scene around me, descended the wall and the ruined slope and made my way homewards, afraid even of my own shadow. For I seemed to be the only living thing among the dead habitations of immemorial corps. Reaching our camp I found Hans awake and watching for me. "I was just coming to look for you, Bars," he said. "Indeed I should have done so before, only I knew that you had gone to pay a visit to that tall white missus who ties up her head in a blanket, and thought that neither of you would like to be disturbed." "Then you thought wrong," I answered, "and what is more, if you had made that visit I think it might have been one from which you would never have come back." "Oh yes, Bars," sniggered Hans. "The tall white lady would not have minded. It is you who are so particular, after the fashion of men whom heaven made very shy." Without deigning to reply to the jibes of Hans I went to lie down, wondering what kind of a bed poor Robertson occupied that night, and soon fell asleep, as fortunately for myself I have the power to do, whatever my circumstances at the moment. Men who can sleep are those who do the work of the world and succeed, though personally I have had more of the work than of the success. I was awakened at the first grey dawn by Hans, who informed me that Bilali was waiting outside with litters, also that Goroko had already made his incantations and doctored Umslopogaas and his 2 men for war after the Zulu fashion when battle was expected. He added that these Zulus had refused to be left behind to guard and nurse their wounded companions, and said that rather than do so, they would kill them. Somehow, he informed me, in what way he could not guess, this had come to the ears of the white lady who hid her face from men because it was so ugly, and she had sent women to attend to the sick ones, with word that they should be well cared for. All of this proved to be true enough, but I need not enter into the details. In the end off we went, I and my litter following Bilalis, with an express and a repeating rifle and plenty of ammunition for both, and Hans, also well armed, in that which had been sent for Umslopogaas, who preferred to walk with Goroko and the 2 other Zulus. For a little while Hans enjoyed the sensation of being carried by somebody else, and lay upon the cushions smoking with a seraphic smile and addressing sarcastic remarks to the bearers, who fortunately did not understand them. Soon, however, he wearied of these novel delights, and as he was still determined not to walk until he was obliged, climbed onto the roof of the litter, astride of which he sat as though it were a horse, looking for all the world like a toy monkey on a horizontal stick. Our road ran across the level, fertile plain, but a small portion of which was cultivated, though I could see that at some time or other, when its population was greater, every inch of it had been undercrop. Now it was largely covered by trees, many of them fruit-bearing, between which meandered streams of water which once, I think, had been irrigation channels. About 10 o'clock we reached the foot of the encircling cliffs and began the climb of the escarpment, which was steep, tortuous and difficult. By noon we reached its crest and here found all our little army encamped and, except for the sentries, sleeping, as seemed to be the invariable custom of these people in the daytime. I caused the chief captains to be awakened and with them made a circuit of the camp, reckoning the numbers of the men which came to about 3,250 and learning what I could concerning them and their way of fighting. Then, accompanied by Umslopogaas and Hans with the Zulus as a guard, also by 3 of the head captains of the Amahagga, I walked forward to study the lie of the land. Coming to the further edge of the escarpment, I found that at this place 2 broad-based ridges, shaped like those that spring from the boles of certain tropical forest trees, ran from its crest to the plain beneath at a gentle slope. Moreover, I saw that on this plain between the ends of the ridges an army was encamped which, by the aid of my glasses, I examined and estimated to number at least 10,000 men. This army, the Amahagga captains informed me, was that of Rezu, who, they said, intended to commence his attack at dawn on the following morning, since the people of Rezu, being sun-worshippers, would never fight until their god appeared above the horizon. Having studied all there was to see, I asked the captains to set out their plan of battle, if they had a plan. The chief of them answered that it was to advance halfway down the right-hand ridge to a spot where there was a narrow flat piece of ground, and there await attack, since at this place their smaller numbers would not so much matter, whereas these made it impossible for them to assail the enemy. But suppose that Rezu should choose to come up to the other ridge and get behind you. What would happen then? I inquired. He replied that he did not know, his ideas of strategy being, it was clear, of a primitive order. Do your people fight best at night or in the day? I went on. He said undoubtedly at night. Indeed, in all their history there was no record of their having done so in the daytime. And yet you propose to let Rezu join battle with you when the sun is high, or in other words to court defeat, I remarked. Then I went aside and discussed things for a while with Umslopogaas and Hans, after which I returned and gave my orders, declining all argument. Briefly these were that in the dusk before the rising of the moon, our Amahagga must advance down the right-hand ridge in complete silence, and hide themselves among the scrub which I saw grew thickly near its root. A small party, however, under the leadership of Goroko, whom I knew to be a brave and clever captain, was to pass halfway down the left-hand ridge and there light fires over a wide area, so as to make the enemy think that our whole force had encamped there. Then at the proper moment, which I had not yet decided upon, we would attack the army of Rezu. The Amahagga captains did not seem pleased with this plan, which I think was too bold for their fancy, and began to murmur together. Seeing that I must assert my authority at once, I walked up to them and said to their chief man, "Hearken, my friend. By your own wish, not mine, I have been appointed your general and I expect to be obeyed without question. From the moment that the advance begins you will keep close to me and to the Black One, and if so much as one of your men hesitates or turns back, you will die," and I nodded towards the axe of Umslopogaas. "Moreover, afterwards she who commands will see that others of you die, should you escape in the fight." Still they hesitated. Thereon without another word, I produced Zikali's great medicine and held it before their eyes, with the result that the sight of this ugly thing did what even the threat of death could not do. They went flat on the ground, every one of them, and swore by Lulala and by she who commands, her priestess, that they would do all I said, however mad it seemed to them. "Good," I answered. "Now go back and make ready, and for the rest, by this time tomorrow we shall know who is or is not mad." From that moment till the end I had no more trouble with these Amahagger. I will get on quickly with the story of this fight whereof the preliminary details do not matter. At the proper time Goroko went off with 250 men and one of the 2 Zulus to light the fires and, at an agreed signal, namely the firing of 2 shots in rapid succession by myself, to begin shouting and generally make as much noise as they could. We also went off with the remaining 3,000, and before the moon rose, crept as quietly as ghosts down the right-hand ridge. Being such a silent folk who were accustomed to move at night and could see in the dark almost as well as cats, the Amahagger executed this maneuver splendidly, wrapping their spear blades in bands of dry grass lest light should glint on them and betray our movements. So in due course we came to the patch of bush where the ridge widened out about 500 yards from the plain beneath, and there lay down in 4 companies or regiments, each of them about 750 strong. Now the moon had risen, but because of the mist which covered the surface of the plain, we could see nothing of the camp of Rezu which we knew must be within 1,000 yards of us, unless indeed it had been moved, as the silence seemed to suggest. This circumstance gave me much anxiety, since I feared lest abandoning their reputed habits, these Rezuites were also contemplating a night attack. Umslopogaas, too, was disturbed on the subject, though because of Goroko and his men whose fires began to twinkle on the opposing ridge something over a mile away, they could not pass up there without our knowledge. Still, for aught I knew there might be other ways of scaling this mountain. I did not trust the Amahagger, who declared that none existed, since their local knowledge was slight as they never visited these northern slopes because of their fear of Rezu. Supposing that the enemy gained the crest and suddenly assaulted us in the rear. The thought of it made me feel cold down the back. While I was wondering how I could find out the truth, Hans, who was squatted behind a bush, suddenly rose and gave the rifle he was carrying to the remaining Zulu. "Bars," he said, "I am going to look and find out what those people are doing, if they are still there, and then you will know how and when to attack them. Don't be afraid for me, Bars, it will be easy in that mist and you know I can move like a snake. Also if I should not come back, it does not matter and it will tell you that they are there." I hesitated who did not wish to expose the brave little Hottentot to such risks. But when he understood, Umslopogaas said, "Let the man go. It is his gift and duty to spy, as it is mine to smite with the axe, and yours to lead, Macumazahn. Let him go, I say." I nodded my head, and having kissed my hand in his silly fashion in token of much that he did not wish to say, Hans slipped out of sight, saying that he hoped to be back within an hour. Except for his great knife, he went unarmed, who feared that if he took a pistol he might be tempted to fire it and make a noise.